Good morning. My name is Tim Franson, and welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on Angelman syndrome. I'm joined today by my co-hosts, Amanda Moore from the Angelman Syndrome Foundation and Ryan Fisher from the Foundation for Angelman Syndrome Therapeutics. We're coming to you live from Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration headquarters is located. It's opportune that we're here today as the Angelman syndrome community comes together to share their experiences about living with the condition and their views on current and future treatments. This is an incredible opportunity for the FDA, therapy developers, doctors, and other stakeholders to learn about what is important and clinically meaningful to people living with Angelman syndrome and for those who care for them. My role this morning is to provide some brief context and share a preview of what you may expect throughout the session. We'll begin with opening remarks from Amanda Moore, our Chief Executive Officer of the Angelman Syndrome Foundation, and Ryan Fisher, Chief Operating Officer of the Foundation for Angelman Syndrome Therapeutics. Following those introductions, Dr. Michelle Campbell from the Food and Drug Administration will provide an overview of patient-focused drug development, often referred to as its abbreviation, PFDD. And Dr. Ron Thiebert from the Massachusetts General Hospital for Children will provide an overview of Angelman syndrome. Next, we will go on into an overview of this discussion format and how the panels and polling will operate. After that, we will move into the first discussion session on Angelman syndrome symptoms and their daily impact. Following the first discussion session, we will break for lunch at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and return promptly at 1 p.m. Eastern. After lunch, we will hear from Dr. Elizabeth Berry-Kravis of the Rush University Pediatric Neuroscience FAST Center for Translational Research, who will provide an overview of Angelman syndrome treatment approaches at present. Then we will move into our second discussion, where we will hear from you, the Angelman community, on your experiences with current approaches to treatment, as well as expectations for future treatments. Following that, Ryan Fisher will share the pre-meeting results, and we will close the program at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. The desired outcomes of today's program are to capture representative views on living with and managing Angelman syndrome. The community has helped focus this process through a pre-session survey to which many of you have contributed, and thank you for that. This session is also an opportunity to provide FDA and therapy developers the patient voice. Though people living with Angelman syndrome cannot speak for themselves, through their direct caregivers today, we will hear what it's like to live with Angelman syndrome, the complexities, the concerns about disease symptoms, approaches to managing the condition, and endpoints to help judge that, and what community members desire for meaningful treatment advances. All of today's proceedings will be documented in what is called a Voice of the Patient report. This Voice of the Patient report will inform researchers, drug developers, and regulators going forward. So what we're doing today will have a sustaining value as a reference for those who are committed to finding new and better treatments for this disease. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Amanda Moore and Ryan Fisher, who will be providing some opening remarks. Amanda, over to you.
Thank you so much, Tim, and hello, everyone. I want to begin by welcoming you to this very important and very monumental meeting today of the Patient-Focused Drug Development Meeting. My name is Amanda Moore, and I have the honor of serving as the CEO of the Angelman Syndrome Foundation. But more importantly, I come before you today as a mother to a remarkable son, Jackson, who lives with Angelman syndrome, and as a voice for the countless families who, like mine, wake up every day with hope, determination, and an unrelenting drive to improve the lives of those we love. This meeting is monumental because today the real experts take center stage, the individuals and families living with Angelman syndrome. Far too long, patient experiences have been underrepresented in the drug development process, but not today. Today, the voices, the stories, and the lived realities of our community will shine a light on what it truly means to live with Angelman syndrome and the critical unmet needs that demand urgent attention. To the families and the individuals here today, your voice matters. Every word you share will help shape the future of drug development for Angelman syndrome. Your input will help guide FDA, industry partners, and researchers to better understand the urgency of our needs and the outcomes that matter most to us. And together, we can ensure that no decision about us is made without us. This is a pivotal moment for our community. We have seen promising developments in the science and research around Angelman syndrome. We know that treatments are not far off, but they cannot come soon enough. The urgency of today reflects the reality of so many of us. Our loved ones cannot wait, and every day matters. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the FDA for engaging with us, for listening, and for understanding the vital importance of this meeting. Thank you for creating this platform to prioritize the patient voice and for your commitment to advancing treatments for rare diseases like Angelman syndrome. To the sponsors, the researchers, and all the stakeholders who have joined us today, thank you for your dedication, for your collaboration, and your unwavering focus on finding solutions that will change lives. You are not just developing treatments, you're giving families like mine hope. And to the families who have shared their stories and are joining us virtually, you inspire me every day. Your courage and your passion and your resilience will move mountains. Today is about you, it's for you, and it's because of you. Together, we will make sure that Angelman syndrome is not just understood, but it is prioritized. We will work tirelessly to accelerate the path of effective treatments, and we will never stop fighting for our loved ones, not until they receive the care and the support and the opportunities that they deserve. Thank you again for being here and for being part of this critical conversation. Before we get started, I'd like to turn it over to my Hope in Action partner, Ryan Fisher. Over to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Amanda. I'm Ryan Fisher, Chief Operating Officer for FAST, and I'm honored to welcome you to the externally led PFDD meeting on Angelman syndrome. To everyone joining us today, we appreciate your time, your energy, and most importantly, your commitment to the community. I also want to thank the FDA for the collaboration and efforts that led to today's event. Today, we gather for a shared purpose, to place you, the families, caregivers, and loved ones with Angelman syndrome at the very center of the drug development process. Your voices, experiences, and perspectives are not only welcome today, they are essential. Angelman syndrome families are united by a common thread of resilience and an unwavering desire to improve the lives of their loved ones. And there's hope. Today we stand at the precipice of real change. We're making progress in advancing potential therapies that could transform the lives of individuals with Angelman syndrome. This progress truly depends on the active involvement and valuable insights from AS families like you. You are the experts. No one else can accurately describe what living with Angelman syndrome every day is like. You understand its impacts, its nuances, and the unique needs of your own family. We remain hopeful that the path towards potential therapies will lead to a greater level of independence for you and your loved ones. And as we move forward, it's critical that your voices guide us every step of the way. That's why we're here today. We're here to listen to you, to hear from your families about your greatest needs, your biggest concerns, and the most important factors to consider as new treatments are being developed. And we understand your individual needs might differ from other families, and that is important to understand. This meeting is not just a platform for information. It is a dialogue that must be shaped by those who have the most at stake, you. The FDA and drug developers need to understand how you think and feel about emerging potential therapies. Their decisions can greatly affect the lives of you and your loved ones. So it's essential they have all the tools necessary to make informed decisions. Your perspectives and input provide them with these essential tools. Today, you're going to have the opportunity to weigh in through live polling, written comments, and by calling in on our open phone line. Your contributions will help better inform future of drug development for Angelman syndrome and serve as a building block for continued conversations with decision makers. So thank you for being here and for your continued dedication. I'm personally humbled to be a part of this community and really inspired by you daily. So we look forward to hearing from you all today as we work to bring the change your loved ones deserve. But before we turn it back to Amanda and Tim, I'm excited to introduce our opening speaker from the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Michelle Campbell. Dr. Campbell is the Associate Director for Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes in the Office of Neuroscience, Office of New Drugs, in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. She will provide an overview of patient-focused drug development. Dr. Campbell, over to you.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Good morning. My name is Michelle Campbell, and I am the Associate Director for Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes for the Office of Neuroscience and the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. First, I'm happy to see so many patients, caregivers, and advocates on the web today. Thank you for being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to thank the Foundation for Angelman Syndrome Therapeutics and the Angelman Syndrome Foundation and all of the staff that was involved in planning this meeting. I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product development stakeholders participating online as well today. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we are just one of those involved in the process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those of you who also play an important role. Additionally, many of my colleagues from various offices and other medical product centers, CBER and CDRH from the FDA, are attending as well. We share the patient's community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for Angelman syndrome. Know when we say medical product development, we mean it in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help patients manage their condition. While you may not see us in person, we are here today. We are here to learn directly from you and your family's lived experience with Angelman syndrome. More than a decade ago, the FDA started its patient-focused drug development program. As part of this program, we've been having patient-focused drug development meetings, affectionately known as PFDD meetings. These meetings brought patients, caregivers, and various members of the FDA community together to listen and learn about a patient's experience with their disease or disorder. What we have learned from these meetings is patients are experts in their lived experience of their disease or disorder. Patients are uniquely positioned to inform regulatory authorities and to provide an understanding of the burden of disease and thoughts on currently available treatments. Another outcome from PFDD meetings we held was the growth of patient-focused drug development meetings being hosted outside of FDA, meetings like this one today. As a product of these meetings is a voice of the patient report, which FDA can reference for future information when providing advice on a specific medical product development program for Angelman syndrome. As I said earlier, this is why we are here today, to learn from the experts on the lived experience of Angelman syndrome. FDA promotes and protects the public health of the U.S. by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products, but we do not develop medical products or conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweighs its risks. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us because hearing what patients and caregivers care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development and understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies and devices for Angelman syndrome. Our commitment to better understanding rare disease drug development's unmet needs and finding opportunities to accelerate rare disease drug development where appropriate is critical to all of our rare disease families, including Angelman syndrome. We often hear from families who ask us, how do we at the agency use the information we learn from the PFDD meetings in our everyday work? We use the learnings from today and other engagement with the Angelman syndrome community to inform the advice we provide medical product developers. This can range from concepts that we could measure to support clinical trial endpoints, to considerations of clinical trial design, and to what a clinically meaningful change from an intervention will look like for families. We truly learn so much from these meetings. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's current thinking and understanding of how families view benefits and risks of therapies and devices for Angelman syndrome. We thank you for your participation. We are grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. Thank you, and I now turn it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Dr. Campbell. It is gratifying for all of us to understand the FDA's commitment to patient-focused drug development and how you all use the input, like we will be gathering today, as you consider new products. It is now my absolute privilege to introduce Dr. Ron Thiebert, a renowned neurologist who has dedicated his career to improving the lives of individuals living with Angelman syndrome and related conditions. As the leader of the first ever Angelman Syndrome Center of Excellence, Dr. Thiebert has been a trailblazer in advancing specialized care and research from our community. We are incredibly fortunate to have him here with us today to share his insights and expertise. Dr. Ron Thiebert, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. My name is Ron Thiebert. I'm a pediatric epileptologist at Mass General Hospital in Boston. And in 2008, we started the first Angelman syndrome clinic here in the US. To date, we've seen somewhere between 350 and 400 different families, and we do approximately 250 visits a year. So we have fairly extensive experience with this population. And it's definitely an honor to be chosen to give this overview on Angelman syndrome. We'll kind of do a brief overview of just the kind of the symptoms and the impact of having Angelman syndrome. So starting off, what is Angelman syndrome? It's caused by a loss of function of the UBE3A gene, which is on chromosome 15, and this gene plays a critical role in brain development and function. It's kind of an unusual chromosome in that whether it's on the maternal copy or the paternal copy, you can have two different syndromes. So Angelman syndrome is caused by a defect when it's on the maternal copy of the chromosome 15. There's four kind of main ways that you can get Angelman syndrome. The most common is a deletion. About 70% of people with Angelman syndrome have this. That's where the whole kind of piece of the chromosome is deleted and missing, so you don't produce the protein that you need for the brain development. Another 10 to 15% will have a mutation of the gene, so everything's in place, but the gene just isn't kind of coded right. The other two types, one is uniparental disomy, because it's only on the maternal gene. If for some reason an individual inherits two copies of their paternal chromosome 15, that will cause a form of Angelman syndrome. And the most, the kind of the rarest but most mild is imprinting center defects, where everything's in place, but the mechanism that kind of turns on that maternal chromosome is not working. The prevalence is about 1 in 12,000 to 1 in 20,000, roughly 1 in 15,000. So it's rare, but given that there's 1 in 15,000, there are many individuals in this country and others who are affected. The key symptoms. So one of the things that really sticks out the most is developmental delay. Because with Angelman syndrome, we'll have delayed sitting, walking, speaking, pretty much everything kind of comes later. And what's really kind of unique to Angelman syndrome is that they, people that have the syndrome will have a good understanding of what they're hearing and really understand a lot of what people say, but the vast majority don't speak, and they have to use either gestures or communication devices to communicate, which can be difficult when you understand what's being said and you have trouble responding, and that can lead to a lot of behavioral issues. Neurological and physical features. There are many, but just to kind of hit the highlights, one of the most debilitating is seizures or epilepsy. The seizures often begin at around 1 to 3 years of age, and they can vary in type and severity. Some will have only occasional seizures when they're sick. Others can have many seizures per day, and these seizures can be difficult to treat with medications. And some um, for those with deletions, over 90% will have seizures, nearly all of them. And for the milder subtypes, it's still anywhere between 50 and 75% will have some seizures at some point in their life. Everyone with Angelman syndrome has some form of movement disorder. Um, One is what we call ataxia, which is really just kind of difficulty with coordination and balance, um, and also tremor, which can really affect their kind of fine motor skills, where they don't use their hands as well as they should. As they get older, they can have something called myoclonus, in which they get a lot of twitching in their hands or arms, and that can spread to the whole body. And also, even though it's not seizure, it can be very debilitating and significantly affect quality of life. One thing that we see in well over half of people with Angelman syndrome is poor sleep. It's both falling asleep and staying asleep. So, so some kids or adults will have both types. Some will have just one, but when people don't sleep well, it really affects all their other neurological issues. The seizure can get worse, the behavior can get worse, anxiety can worsen. It can even worsen GI dysfunction, which is one of the other big things that we see. The vast majority will have some degree of constipation and reflux, and a fair amount can also have what we call cyclic vomiting, which can present as episodes of vomiting that can last hours or days, or a milder version can present with just significant gagging, usually in the mornings. So that also presents not just medical, but uh, medical complications, but also can really affect anxiety and behaviors. Um, as far as just the kind of behavioral characteristics, um, uh, people with Angelman syndrome are generally very happy in general. There's lots of smiling, lots of laughter. Sometimes they get so happy that they get super excitable, and it's hard to calm them back down. So the that'll also include hyperactivity, short attention span, and we can also see high levels of anxiety, which typically increase with age. And one of the most debilitating parts is what we call separation anxiety, or where kids get so attached to a caregiver that it becomes very difficult for them to be away from them. And again, that's a huge quality of life issue for both the people with the Angelman syndrome and their caregivers. Other distinctive features, there's kind of thinking about how it affects appearance. They can have such things as widely spaced teeth, prominent chin, white mouth. A common thing with those with deletions, they have very light complexion, and they can have very light eye color. And the majority will have microcephaly, which is a smaller head size than expected for age. Impact on quality of life. The limitations functionally on daily activities is really significant. They The mobility is difficult. Kids with Angelman syndrome, they walk late, and then once they do walk, they often still need some support because of the balance and the movement issues. As they get older, scoliosis can affect that. So it's getting better over time with better therapies and treatments, but there's still a fairly significant part of the population that can't ambulate on their own. They either need a wheelchair or a walker or people with them to assist. And so beyond just physically having difficulties getting to places, going to different activities, the anxiety and the behaviors can significantly limit what people with Angelman and their families can do. It can make it difficult to go on vacation, to travel, but it can even be difficult to just go to a restaurant or a store, or because there's that potential for anxiety to kick in, and then behaviors to occur based on on that high level of anxiety, and it can be really difficult to just go anywhere outside the house. And that kind of goes nicely into the next thing with caregiver challenges. Both physically and emotionally, especially as kids get older, they become teenagers, they become adults. Now sometimes you have to pick them up or carry them or help them walk around, and they're fully adult size. It can be very difficult, and then just the emotional demands, just the stress of knowing that something could happen when you're out. Whether it's anxiety or seizures, that's the other big thing. When people have epilepsy and it's not well controlled, there's always that fear that there will be a seizure. While you're on an airplane, or while you're at some amusement park, or you're doing something, and then either the worries of seizure will kind of make it tough to continue doing what you're doing, or just the safety of it, depending on what the activity is. There's always some risk that there could be an injury if a seizure occurs while it's happening. And then as a community, one of the big challenges is that there's really limited understanding and resources. That continues to improve, but being a rare disease, it's there's still that kind of basically a lack of awareness to the general public for what Angelman syndrome is. So that's also really difficult for families, just kind of having to go through that, but also having to explain what it is to everyone they meet, and to every teacher, and even medical people that they see. So that's also a pretty significant challenge. In closing, Angelman syndrome, as we talked about, presents a very significant challenge, and the current treatments really only treat the symptoms. So we have medicines that can treat seizures, that can treat sleep, that that can treat anxiety, and they do definitely help to some degree, but they don't fix the problem. They just make the symptoms better and easier to live with. But so it would be critical to have treatments that can actually get to the root of the symptoms, and make them better, and not just kind of minimize them with the various medications, diet therapies, and behavioral interventions that we have right now. I would like to thank the FDA panel for their time and prioritizing rare diseases such as Angelman syndrome, and thank you for having me. I will send it back to the studio now.
Thank you, Dr. Thiebert. We're now going to turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, caregivers of individuals living with Angelman syndrome. As we've heard, patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives and input on their conditions, as well as on available treatments. As you heard earlier today from FDA's Dr. Campbell, your input in this session can help inform the agency's understanding of Angelman syndrome and the burden this presents to those affected, as well as informing drug development and review. This is truly a unique and important opportunity for this community. As noted earlier, there will be two panels. The first will focus on symptoms of Angelman syndrome and impact on daily life. The second panel will focus on approaches to treatment and desires for future treatments. After each panel, we will have a facilitated discussion with live polling on key topics and comments from you, the audience. During today's discussion sessions, my co-moderators and I will be asking questions of a few people who will be joining us live via Zoom, and we will also invite all of you, members of our audience, to participate. You'll be able to provide comments in one of two ways: by phone or by submitting written comments. We encourage the audience to contribute to the discussion at this meeting. We do ask that only Angelman syndrome parents or caregivers contribute to these, and that you will be focused and concise in your comments so that we can hear as many voices as possible. If you are a clinician, researcher, or developer, your role today is to listen. Please know that if I ask you to wrap up a comment, it's only because we have others waiting to speak. It is not to suggest that every word shared today is not important. They are. The goal today is to capture as many unique voices as possible. So hold tight now. We will share details of how you can join the discussion once we get to the discussion segment of today's meeting. We will spend the first part of the meeting now learning about what it is like to live with Angelman syndrome. What are the symptoms and health effects of the condition, and how do they impact daily life? To help us delve into the answers to these questions, we're going to hear from a panel of caregivers of individuals living with Angelman syndrome. panelists were selected to be representative of age, stage, and other elements of the Angelman syndrome spectrum. So, let's hear from our panelists, Ashley, Carly, Anna, John, and Amy, who all agreed to speak about their loved ones' experiences.
My name is Ashley Weinberg, and I would like to share our journey of Angelman syndrome. My son is Connor Weinberg. He is 9 years old. He has Angelman syndrome UPD. Connor was diagnosed at 5 years old after a series of fighting to try and figure out what's going on with him. And it has been a series of challenges and triumphs ever since. Angelman syndrome has profoundly impacted Connor's life in numerous ways. At times, he has severe anxiety that does prevent us from taking him out in public. His lack of coordination often results in accidents from the inability to catch himself properly. Being nonverbal, Connor struggles to communicate his needs, which becomes especially challenging during times of distress. His chronic sleep deprivation can trigger seizure activity, and he often will resort to self-injurious behaviors, biting his arms, hitting his head, sometimes headbutting the walls. He'll even lash out at myself or his dad, my husband. Connor's never slept through the night, which means that he must be awake, or one of us must be awake with him 24/7. So my husband and I do take turns caring for Connor to try and prevent caregiver burnout. Connor engages in therapy, and he enjoys his favorite activities on his good days. He loves being outside, riding his Riften, going for walks. We do a lot of physical activity with him to try to encourage that growth that he's having. He is a very loving boy. He does love to snuggle. On his worst days, though, his anxiety definitely takes over. And that will often result in immense meltdowns and frustration, screaming. The inability to communicate has a severe impact on that, as well as the sleep deprivation. Our entire daily routine revolves around Connor's needs, monitoring potential seizure activity, assisting him with his daily activities, brushing his teeth, using the bathroom, changing him, dressing him, feeding him, and constant supervision for his safety. It is just myself and my husband who care for Connor. It is very difficult to find somebody who can help us with Connor. It takes immense patience and understanding, and the understanding of how to communicate with him appropriately as well, and understanding what he's trying to communicate or when he's trying to get his point across. Connor's been in therapy since he was about 15 months old, occupational, speech, behavior, and physical. Over time, his symptoms have improved slightly, but there are some that have remained or even intensified. For example, his coordination has seen some minor improvements. He's able to walk, but he definitely still falls a lot. His balance, he still has issues with his balance. He does wear AFOs. His Achilles tendon is very, very tight. So it's a constant need of stretching and physical therapy and encouraging that physical activity for him. He still can't feed himself appropriately. He still needs potty training. He's still in a diaper. And his anxiety has definitely gotten a little bit worse as he's gotten older. The meltdowns have intensified. He's very strong. My biggest worry is definitely his anxiety and sleep. The sleep has definitely not changed at all. I don't know if it ever will. My biggest worry is definitely Connor's future. He does have a constant need for supervision, and trying to find the appropriate care for him does give me anxiety when I'm no longer able to provide that level of care. I do worry about his ability to navigate a world that is very overwhelming for him. The thought of Connor living his life without me fills me with dread. But I hold out hope. I am inspired by his resilience. And we celebrate his small and big victories daily. He overcomes so many things every day. Living with Angelman syndrome is a journey of constant adaptation and love. And Connor has taught us and everybody around him the true meaning of patience and resilience and unconditional love. My hope is that our story will encourage more empathy and understanding and support for individuals with Angelman syndrome, and their families. And I appreciate you for taking your time to speak with us. Thank you.
My name is Carly Barga Werner, and I live in Deep Haven, Minnesota. My 8-year-old son, Lewis, lives with the mutation genotype of Angelman syndrome. Despite having an infectious laugh and enduring sweetness, I am a firsthand witness to Lewis's deep suffering that is increasing. His impulsivity, anxiety, and hyperactivity are becoming more acute, while at the same time, his need for social connections and belonging are growing. Angelman syndrome is stealing from him the thing he values most: forging new bonds and participating in groups. Because of Angelman syndrome, Lewis has a very hard time controlling his attention and impulses. Lewis loves to be part of the community and family, like going to his older siblings' games and birthday parties or family game night. But Louis can't act in a socially appropriate way in these settings. Say, for example, I take him to his sister's basketball game. Initially, he is cheering and excited for her, but soon he will spot a coffee on the bench behind us and he will impulsively knock it over, or he can't keep his hands to himself and is grabbing phones and hats, or trying to run onto the court. So then we have no choice but to remove him from the gym. Driving home, I will look at him in the rearview mirror to see his face is so sad and despondent. He does not mean to act badly and is suffering so deeply from, one, not understanding why he can't be part of the fun like everyone else, and two, not being able to express that frustration to us. Lewis loves school. He runs to the bus in the morning. He loves to learn and feel the energy of the classroom setting. He especially loves his peers. A primary thing that comes up again in conferences is his need for self-control. I am told how his peers get scared off because he swats at them for attention or pulls hair to initiate social contact, or they don't want to sit by him at lunch because he might pour out their milk. While some of this might have been more relatable in kindergarten or first grade, by third grade it just isolates him. And it goes without saying that his inability to speak a single word makes social interactions with peers difficult already, without the impulsivity issues on top of it. Hence, again, the vicious cycle of Angelman syndrome. He becomes more frustrated at the reactions or consequences of his impulsivity. The frustration increases his behaviors, and his behavior prevents him from being part of his peer group, which is one of the main motivators of his love for school. I am terrified that if this trend isn't disrupted, he may no longer have that same excitement for school. On top of that, poor Louis must deal with all the other impactful symptoms of Angelman syndrome, like erratic sleep and constipation. Despite trying all different types of medications and supplements to address both issues, the best we can do is make the symptoms less worse, but they are still ever present. So I see Louis already working hard with the tools we are teaching him for containing his impulses. But when he is irritable from a lack of sleep or suffering from painful constipation, which can be weekly, he lacks the energy and focus to fight impulses, and his behaviors escalate. He also has considerable anxiety about any new caretaker or even new places or situation, which is also getting worse. He sometimes experiences episodes of just sheer terror in what would otherwise be a normal new situation for an 8-year-old to experience. In closing, we just finished up the holiday season and Louis loves the energy and buzz of it. One of his favorite things is to help us bake cookies. It starts well and he's having fun stirring or running the buttons on the mixer, but one quick look away on my part and he's poured the whole gallon of milk or gotten too close to the hot stove that he can't identify appropriately as dangerous. And once again, we have to take him into another room so we can actually finish the baking. And I can hear him crying and whimpering and saying sorry repeatedly on his talking device, expressing real remorse. That is pure suffering, because all he wants is the ability to participate in and with the wonderful world around him, but unable to because of this absolutely cruel syndrome that has taken from him his ability to control his body and make it work for him.
My name is Anna Blanding. I live in Hamden, Connecticut. I'm the mom of Gabby. Gabby's currently 10 years old and was diagnosed with Angelman syndrome on October 5th, 2016. She's a little bit over 2 years old. Gabby has a rare subtype of Angelman syndrome, the UBE3A mutation, that was confirmed through a whole exome sequencing test after a year and a half of not knowing where our daughter would reach her developmental milestones. There are several characteristics of Angelman syndrome that impact us, but some of the most significant symptoms are first, her inability to verbally communicate. Gabby often experiences ear infection or respiratory issues. We have to guess what is wrong with her. While we know her expressions, it'd be so much more effective to be able to hear what's hurting or what's wrong. Next is Gabby's loss of ability to walk or stand independently. While Gabby used to be fully ambulatory, Gabby currently cannot walk or stand and is completely bedbound and wheelchair-bound. We transport her in and out of bed, we change her sole diapers, we feed her, and we give her all her water and meds through a G-tube. She has had leg braces and in June 2023 had to have a hamstring surgery due to her leg contraction and inability to fully extend. We have to make modifications to our home as well, such as a wheelchair ramp at the door, widen doors, an electronic hospital safety bed, and an electronic Hoya lift. Next is her inability to concentrate. Gabby has a short attention span, which means her ability to acquire new skills in school is difficult. She's often distracted by noises or people moving in her classroom. And finally, respiratory issues. Since she is not ambulatory, her lungs have diminished capacity, which impacts her ability to take a deep breath or even cough up phlegm when she has a cold. A simple cold could last for weeks. It can progress into pneumonia. She has asthma, and we have to do several suction treatments a day. On Gabby's best days, her laugh is contagious. She's a light in her people, her mom and dad, big brother, her dog, her teachers, her nurses. She likes to throw things and gets a tickle from loud noises. She loves to sit outside when it's warm, and she loves the ocean. On her worst days, we are monitoring her oxygen levels and her breathing. She cannot talk or play, and it saddens us she cannot engage with children her age in the neighborhood. Given her dependence, it takes an inordinate amount of time and coordination to take her places. We do not have a wheelchair van, so my husband lifts her 130 pounds in and out of the vehicle. Often one of us stays home with her while the other goes with our son, so we do not do many things together as a family of four outside. Over time, Gabrielle's symptoms have changed. We've experienced two distinct phases of Angelman syndrome. Prior to 2019, her 5th birthday, Gabby was fully mobile. She walked, could feed herself, climb stairs, bathed herself, had signs as well as could speak and say, "Mom, hi, yes." She had no seizures and a normal EEG. At this point, the most significant concerns we had were her poor sleep habits, her inability to sense danger, and not being toilet trained at night, which means we have to clean up messes when she had bowel movements. In the last 5 years, Gabby has experienced more of the negative aspects of Angelman syndrome. In 2019, Gabby contracted a rare autoimmune disease, acute disseminated encephalomyelitis, ADEM. But Gabby experienced one of, if not the most severe cases physicians had ever witnessed in the world. The initial course of treatments for ADEM had no impact stopping Gabby's neuroinflammation, and doctors now think her underlying Angelman syndrome possibly contributed to why she did not respond to the typical steroid treatments, why her central nervous system became so inflamed and for so long. In a little over 24 hours, Gabby went from walking, having signs, playing, and being independent to losing 90% of her neurological and physical functioning and going into a coma. She was hospitalized for over a year in hospital and inpatient rehab. This happened during the pandemic. Gabby's home now, but she had a seizure for the first time in 2021. She is fully dependent and able to walk, sit, or stand independently, bear weight, or feed herself. She requires 24-hour nursing support. I am most worried about Gabby's total and lifetime dependence on us for her care. She could not walk or feed herself and is completely bedbound and wheelchair-bound. To keep her home, we have 24-hour nursing support. Often, though, we are her nurses, especially Dad, when there's a staff shortage, which means we function on very little sleep in addition to our full-time jobs. I worry who will take care of Gabby as we age and no longer fully care for her.
Good morning. My name is John Sugden. My wife and I are the proud parents of Sebastian, age 20, Nicolas, age 13, and Matias, age 7, and live in Miami, Florida. Sebastian has Angelman syndrome deletion positive. despite all the challenges his condition presents, Sebastian is a smart, funny, and affectionate young man. He wakes up with a smile and goes to sleep with a smile. We received the Angelman Syndrome diagnosis at age 3, together with a long list of won't do's. Won't talk, won't walk, won't sleep more than a few hours a day, won't be able to go up a set of stairs, ride a bike, swim, be potty trained, or get dressed. We began addressing the most significant of these symptoms early on, such as talking, walking, sleeping, and of course, his seizures. Just before turning 3, Sebastian had a horrible grand mal seizure. Not 2 months later, he was hospitalized on Christmas Eve for drop seizures. These seizures came in large numbers. He could have 30 to 40 in a couple hours, lasting 15 to 30 seconds each. His whole body would become limp and he would collapse. His seizures were, in my opinion, the greatest impediment to his physical and intellectual development. During the first 10 years of his life, we were focused on health and developmental issues, getting his seizures under control, helping him learn to walk, teaching him how to use his iPad to communicate, how to ride an adaptive bike, etc. The second 10 years have been more about his social and emotional well-being. This presents a unique set of challenges not only for him, but for our entire family and our social and emotional well-being. We have been lucky enough to be able to get his seizures under control through a mix of medication and diet. That opened the door for his significant improvements in other areas of his life. He can walk but not run. His sleep has improved, and although he still frequently wakes up at 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, on about half of those nights, he can go back to sleep when we get in bed with him. He can't talk but can express simple wants and needs, such as when he's hungry or wants to go somewhere. As he has gotten older, his anxiety about not being able to more fully communicate with the world around him is what affects him the most. While the previous symptoms haven't fully gone away, his anxiety has become significant and taken front stage for us. This overwhelming anxiety is not uncommon for angels as they become older, but it's less frequently talked about. Sebastian demands constant attention, and his anxiety increases if he is not with his primary caretaker. Sebastian anxiety can manifest itself in different ways depending on the setting, but it is generally disruptive behavior aimed at gaining our attention. At home, we're having a conversation with one of our other kids. He often interrupts either by knocking down a chair, hitting something, pulling someone's hair, or biting them. Often when in public, his anxiety manifests itself as uncontrollable body movements, stimmying, hand flapping, clapping, or making loud noises. This type of behavior is extremely isolating for him, for our kids, and for us. For Sebastian, it means being deprived of human connection, which is what he values most. For us, it means a divide and conquer approach to social activities. One parent stays with Sebas, the other 2 go with the other parent. For our kids, it means not being able to bring friends home, not being able to spend enough family time together, or enjoying normal family life. As we look back on the past 20 years, we realize there has been no magic bullet. His progress, which has been significant, came about through continual small adjustments to his medication, his diet, his therapies, his behavior, and ours. Sometimes the smallest adjustment can bring about very significant improvements to his quality of life and ours. As we're evaluating the different drugs for approval and their impact, please keep in mind that even small improvements in behavior or skills can have significant impacts on our quality of life. To the extent that we can manage Sebastian's anxiety, help him communicate better, develop greater independence, his life and ours will be exponentially better. Thank you, FDA, for the opportunity to present to you today.
Hi, my name is Imogene Berry, and I'm mom to 2 children with mutation-type Angelman syndrome. John is 5 and Violet is 3. We live in Charlotte, North Carolina, and today I'd like to take you on a tour of 3 rooms in our home so you can see a little bit of what it's like to live with two angels. Let's start in our living room, which looks like an average space for a family with neurotypical children. But if you pass through into my son John's bedroom, you'll see his safe sleep bed on the right and travel tent bed on the left. The doors on the permanent bed fold up and down to close, and the travel tent bed unzips to open. Poor sleep was likely the first sign of Angelman syndrome in John. Neither of my children can sleep through the night without prescription medications, and we've been dealing with poor sleep for 5 years. Violet, who sleeps on the second floor, has even worse sleep, and none of the medications have helped. Most nights, the kids wake us up at least once, often for hours at a time. A night of uninterrupted sleep from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. is a rare great night for us. This long-term sleep deprivation is hard on me as a caregiver. I'm on an antidepressant, I struggle with critical thinking, and coffee is never enough. We've converted our dining room into a therapy room for our kids because they can't walk or stand independently. It's filled with equipment to help them move and strengthen their muscles. To help her stand, Violet has a pediatric stander. To help with meal times, John has an activity chair. Thankfully, Violet still fits in a regular high chair for now. Here are the kids' mobility devices. John easily uses the yellow walker every day, while Violet is still deciding between the blue gait trainer or the purple walker. Several of these items were gifted to us from other families in the Angelman community. We have much of John and Violet's therapy equipment here as well, including exercise balls, a cane, knee immobilizers, baby carriers, and several generations of their ankle braces called AFOs. We use all of these to do their exercises. We ordered these strollers from Germany because they can be hooked together, making them perfect for walks with the kids. However, they're heavy and bulky, making it hard to get them in and out of our van. Independent walking and standing, which most of us take for granted, seems like magic for John and Violet. So my husband and I end up carrying the kids and their gear a lot, leading to injuries. The longer it takes for my kids to reach this milestone, the more I question whether I'm doing enough for them. Here is our seemingly normal kitchen, but you'll soon notice all of the adaptive equipment for meal times. John's activity chair and Violet's high chair have to be placed far from the table and each other because they will break or throw anything they can touch. The kids' motor control issues extend to eating and drinking, so on the table you'll see all of the adaptive cups and silverware we have tried. Eating is one area where my children's symptoms differ. John is a great eater and has no digestive problems, while Violet is a picky eater and has all of the digestive problems. The doctors have prescribed her a nutritional drink and meds for reflux and constipation, but there's been only a little improvement. Speaking of medication, here is the medicine cabinet that was enough for the previous owners of this house, who had 6 neurotypical kids. My 2 angels need a lot more space. Thank you for coming on this tour of my home for 2 angels today. I hope you've seen how poor sleep, troubles walking, and difficulty eating are the hardest symptoms of Angelman syndrome right now for us, and any improvement seems far in the future. We've tried to manage with the resources available, but it feels like we're fighting a war on 3 fronts, with more battles like AAC devices and toilet training headed our way. So we definitely need more help. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
You had to wave to the camera, buddy. Wave to the camera, Kurt, buddy. Like, wave. Yeah, wave. That's good. Can you wave? Wave.
Wow, thank you, parents, and that was very powerful. This really helps us understand the more burdensome symptoms of Angelman syndrome and how these symptoms impact daily lives. It also highlights the potential for hope in action and the opportunity for building towards independence, as we do understand that this is not a neurodegenerative disease, so there is not progressive decline, and therefore the opportunity for intervention. Amanda and I are now going to open the discussion to all of you, the Angelman community. If you as the audience would like to share something about the symptoms of Angelman syndrome and how they impact your loved one's daily life, We encourage you to call in at any point during this session and submit written comments. The number to call is 703-844-3231. Again, that number, 703-844-3231. You can also submit written comments on the same web page where you're watching this live stream. Just scroll down and you'll find a comment form you can fill out. We would be delighted to get your input live during the program today. Again, we ask that Angelman family members and caregivers of people living with Angelman syndrome share their experiences. Let's set the stage with some polling questions. The polling questions are similar to those used in the pre-session survey and will help refine or reinforce the data for our Voice of the Patient report. Again, these polling questions are only for parents or caregivers of someone with Angelman syndrome. So if you do not fit into those categories, we ask that you watch and listen. Please only submit one polling response per person with Angelman syndrome. If, for example, two caregivers are here on behalf of one loved one with Angelman syndrome, only one of them should respond. If they are representing two loved ones with Angelman syndrome, they can both respond. To access the questions, use your phone or open a new tab on your web browser to go to pollev.com/Angelman. Again, that URL is pollev.com/ANGELMAN. We'll be using these polling questions to get a sense of the experiences of our audience, as well as to help aid in the discussion. Your answers will appear in real time, and again, you can answer them on a phone or on your computer. So for the first question, where do you live? A, Northeast United States, B, Midwest United States, C, Southern U.S., D, Western U.S., E, Alaska, Hawaii, or a U.S. territory, or F, outside the United States. And we're just watching these come in. We'll give it a few moments to be able to let folks who are considering if they're on a borderline somewhere,
Right.
which one to choose. But it seems to be fairly broad representation.
Absolutely. We're very happy to hear that our Western, who is very early in the morning, has joined us as well. So thanks to them.
Indeed. And for the southern states about to celebrate an NCAA championship
Right.
of one state or the other, we welcome you as well. So why don't we go to the second question now that you see that we've got about a third, and a third
Yeah.
regions.
Yeah, our next polling question, we're really interested to see what is your loved one's AS genotype? Is it A, deletion, B, mutation, C, UPD, D, imprinting center defect, or E, unknown? We'll wait and give you some time to enter your information.
And it looks like this is very consistent with epidemiologic studies of
Absolutely.
what's the distribution of particular types of chromosome 15 problems.
Yeah, from what we understand and what we have been told is deletion is a large part of the community, and it's definitely showing up here on the polls.
Right. I think Dr. Thiebert said 70%, and we're
70%, yeah.
tracking pretty consistently.
Absolutely.
That also suggests that we're getting good representation for the type of inputs that will be forthcoming in the Zoom panels and so
Absolutely.
forth. So we want to be sure all voices are heard.
Yeah, it's great to see that all of them are representative. So
And why not go to the next question?
absolutely.
Question 3 is, how old was your loved one when you or your family personally first observed signs and symptoms of Angelman syndrome? A, 0 to 6 months, B, 7 to 11 plus, C, 1 to 3 years, D, 4 years or older, or E, not sure. Very good. And it looks like the preponderance is fairly early recognition that for purposes of sleep disturbances or others, it becomes very noticeable.
Yeah, or we start seeing some of the developmental delays start hitting, as well as maybe some feeding issues. So this is very representative from what we hear from our community for sure, as far as when it comes along.
Very good. So we see that in general, diagnosis is not, or recognition is not delayed. But as we move to the next question, we'll help refine some of the thoughts for that.
Yeah, so our next question, we're going to give you some time to definitely think about. We have a lot of options here. So what signs and symptoms first led you and your physician to consider a diagnosis of Angelman syndrome? We want you to select up to 3. First being A, seizures, B, developmental delay, C, a failure to thrive, D, feeding difficulties, E, small head size or distinctive facial features, F, delayed motor development, G, unusual behaviors, H, delayed language development, I, abnormal neurological exam, J, eye or vision problems, K, gastrointestinal reflux, or L, hypertonia, which is low muscle tone, or M, other. We see all of them coming in now. As we just kind of talked about a minute ago, developmental delays tends to be one of the first signs that we may see, and that's definitely coming up in the poll here.
Exactly. And obviously for some of us, when we were first-time parents, did not really have a frame of reference, so that there are many ways that we recognize what some of the initial findings might be. But clearly developmental delay tends to predominate. You don't have to choose 3 if there's one that you
we see also the delayed motor development tends to be second here, and I think a lot of that's when we start seeing our kiddos maybe not starting to sit on their own, hold their heads up, crawl, or walk at the time that it would typically be thought of to happen. So that motor development is definitely a sign as well.
Yeah, absolutely right, Amanda. Great observation. I think we can also take from this that there's a broad distribution, and that reflects the complexity of Angelman syndrome and how certain signs may become earlier recognized depending on the individual.
Yeah, absolutely.
So moving ahead, I think we've gotten a very good picture. Let's talk about item 5 here. How much time elapsed between your loved one's signs and symptoms of Angelman syndrome beginning and when your loved one was officially diagnosed? A, 0 to 6 months, B, 7 to 11 plus months, C, 1 to 2 years, or D, 3 years or more.
I think this will be interesting to see, because I think getting diagnosed has been definitely a challenge within our community. We see signs early, but getting that actual diagnosis can be very challenging for our families. As you can see, that it does tend to happen a little bit later on.
And that's not really surprising. I can reflect from medical training that there were not coursework on Angelman syndrome, that many of us would only have 1 to 2 months of pediatrics rotation.
Right.
So emphasis on common diseases, and therefore when people go out after training, they may not have the frame of reference. So specialty care and understanding the reasons for developmental delays are really key, and sometimes it's hard to get to the right place.
100%. I know our families do a lot of advocating and pushing to get the answers that they feel in their gut. Something is going on and something has happened, and they're just really, really wanting to get some answers.
And so events like this and awareness of potential for development help others in terms of recognition.
Absolutely.
And what you're all contributing today, audience, thank you very much, is playing a good part in that.
100%.
So we have now completed the first 5 questions. I would like to welcome on Zoom a group of family members and caregivers of people living with Angelman syndrome who are going to be sharing some of their experiences and perspectives. So welcome Tammy, Beth, Robin, Whitney, Chase, and Catherine. And we'll get back to you in just a second, but really appreciate your participation and all you've done in preparation as well. So again, for parents and caregivers in the audience, if you'd like to share something about the symptoms of Angelman syndrome and how they impact your loved one's daily life, we encourage you to call in or to submit written comments. That phone number is 703-844-3231. Again, call in now at 703-844-3231. You can also submit written comments on the same web page where you're watching this live stream. Just scroll down to the bottom of the page where you'll find a comment box that you can fill out. In terms of addressing Angelman syndrome symptoms, let's ask our panel and our audience to weigh in on what 1 to 3 symptoms are most challenging to manage, and for those and for those with older loved ones, how those have changed over time. So Tammy, I'm going to call on you first and then come to Catherine.
And I am coming to you from, I live in Goshen, Indiana, and my son is Ethan. He is 24 years old and he is deletion positive, living with Angelman syndrome. You know, if you would have asked me this question 10 years ago, I probably would have had 3 very different answers for you. But when it comes to those challenges, I would say nonverbal communication is number 1. I feel like the behaviors that are a result of him not being able to communicate quickly and verbally is something that, you know, if he had 5 words, I would give my life for him to have 5 words. So nonverbal communication is number 1. Number 2 would be gastrointestinal issues and all of the things that fall into that: constipation, reflux, GERD, additional anxiety, cyclic vomiting, all of those that fall under gastrointestinal issues. And then decreased mobility. So we worked so hard for so many years for him to be mobile, and we got there, and now we're having a decline. So the falls leads to fear, broken bones, hyperexplexia, just additional anxiety around that. And he's a grown man now, and so it's very difficult to transport. And yeah, so those would be my top 3 for Ethan and what he is living with.
Thank you. And Catherine, that was very good, Tammy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine. I'm coming from Atlanta, Georgia. I am mom to Stetson, who is also deletion positive and almost 12 years old. To Tammy's point, I would say if you had asked me when we were diagnosed what our 3 top symptoms were, and I will tell you, it would have been seizures from the get-go. It was hard for us when he was first diagnosed to get those under control, to find the right neurologist, to find the right care and support, to get him on the meds that he needed to. I would say that those then became controlled. So that's no longer our top 1, but I'm with Tammy that the nonverbal complex communication needs, definitely as Stetson has grown, have been very challenging, you know, between wanting to express his opinions, wanting to express his likes, his dislikes, and then not just for us as caregivers, but everyone on his team, whereas we might understand what he is trying to do or what he is trying to communicate, the world does not. And that's really difficult. And then with that comes behavior, and I would say rolling into, we are now into the puberty side of things where we're having hormone surges and him not understanding or being able to verbalize what is happening in his body. And again, when he was younger, I would have said mobility as well. We got there. We're still doing well with that. But as a newly diagnosed parent, that was something that was very, very challenging for us.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you. That's very informative, and it sets the stage for some additional discussion. I believe we already have some callers available.
We do. We have a lot of people calling in, so thank you. And just as a reminder, if you'd like to call in or be a part of the polling, you're still able to if you're just joining us. We have Denise from Orlando. Denise, are you with us to give us some feedback? It looks like, I think we're waiting to get them back, so I think we can maybe move from some comments. But I'd like to point out, you know, Tammy said a phrase of, I would give my life. And I think that is something that's incredibly powerful, just for 5 words.
Just for 5 words.
Just for 5 words. And I know I hear from a lot of our families of, you know, the importance of being able to share, like, that my tummy hurts, Mom. Or, you know, simple words for us to be able to fix. So that phrase, I'd give my life for 5 words, really spoke to me.
It's very compelling, and it illustrates the challenges of being beyond transactional, as one of our earlier speakers had said. So we have a few written comments here. Stephen from Raleigh, North Carolina dropped a note. The most challenging symptoms of Angelman syndrome in our son is his inability to communicate because he cannot speak or reliably use an AAC. Figuring out his needs requires enormous time and energy. He cannot tell us if he's hurt, so even common childhood problems are showstoppers for the family. And also we have Christina from Brooklyn, New York. Our son requires care in everything he does, helping him with dressing, toileting, and getting to school. Independence is non-existent, which is unusual for an 11-year-old. As he gets older and bigger, so do these needs.
That theme of independence comes up a lot, as far as having access to being able to do simple things, to have the independence to go to the bathroom. It's such a theme that we hear a lot within our community.
And that's why building toward independence now is the key
absolutely.
in development issues and so forth.
For
so
sure.
Excited about that.
Sounds like we might have our caller back. So let's go back to our callers so we can hear from them. It sounds like we have Denise from Orlando.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for being
Hello?
on. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Lovely.
We'd love to hear your feedback and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Denise. I'm mom to Larissa. She's deletion positive and 32 years old. And I echo all of the other parents. I've been through the same journey and experienced every single one of the challenges that everyone has articulated. But since Larissa began puberty, our biggest challenge has been the myoclonus that is cataloged as non-epileptic myoclonus, so it shows differently in the EEG, and at least in my daughter's case, has been absolutely resistant to any type of medication. Currently, the only way Larissa can control these movements that for her go from her eyes and constant movement of her tongue to constant, all the way through her body to her toes, constantly kind of restricting and relaxing, restricting and relaxing. So it affects everything. She cries, depending on how intense they are. They can last for days, and I'm kidding you not, for days. They don't stop with anything. That has been the biggest challenge to her quality of life as an adult. They're completely random. We've tried diets. We've tried medicines. The only thing that stops them is benzodiazepines. She has gotten so tolerant to those that currently we've been through episodes where we've put 40, 60 milligrams of diazepam, and they still continue to rock her entire body. So that is my ask to the panel, to put some focus on these myoclonus that happen as they get into adulthood. Many of them say that they might be triggered by many of the same symptoms we've been discussing, especially anxiety, as they just get more frustrated, I think, with not having control of their lives.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you so much, Denise. We hear that very often within the community, and I've seen those myoclonus episodes, and they are debilitating for our families. So it is. Thank you for sharing that experience with us. It's really important for us to hear.
And I think while we're pulling up another caller, I will bring up a different type of observation. This is Makiko from Pleasant Hills, California. Aggressive and disruptive behaviors are among the most challenging symptoms, especially as our son grows older, bigger, and stronger. If we can help reduce his aggression, his life will be happier because he can be included more in society. So that illustrates the broader range here. And also would invite any of our Zoom panel who have additional things to expand on the spectrum of observations to provide comment. Everybody's still aligned.
Well, what we can do is maybe go to one more caller that we have ready.
That's
Is that
lovely.
good? So we can hear from them. We have Julie from Ohio who has a 3-year-old who's deletion positive. Julie, are you with us?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes. So thank you to the FDA for listening. My comment is in regards to my daughter who is 3 deletion positive and her communication. So now that she has started her preschool, we often have restricted her her going out and being about because of her difficulties with communicating. And now that she's in preschool and she's trying to socialize, which she thrives on seeing and meeting people, the ability and the lack of her ability to communicate has negatively impacted her ability to stay out in public and also to participate in her classroom. Often she thrives in addition to communication difficulties and thriving on wanting to make that connection. She also thrives on routine. So often when she goes out and we're at a playground and we try to have her enjoy her experience and just what a typical 3-year-old would enjoy, she often tries to engage with other individuals her age who don't know how to respond appropriately because she doesn't have personal space. Often she'll go up and have disruptive behaviors where she'll get in their face, lick them, pull their hair just to get their attention, and often scare these individuals off. After that, it kind of segues into increasing behaviors where we often have to resort to going home and ending our activities for the day because she just can't handle things appropriately when really she just wants to communicate and engage with other individuals but doesn't know how to in a socially appropriate way. So, communication is vital for multiple reasons, but from her standpoint, she can't even create friendships because of or stay out of the home for a prolonged period of time because it just starts to turn into this disruptive behavioral cycle where we have to remove her from the situation.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Julie. It's, it goes back to that theme of communication because, not being able to verbalize that you want to play with someone or you just want their attention to, go over to the sandbox or simple things, right?
Indeed.
When you're not able to communicate that and it comes across another way for another little kid, it's hard for them to understand. So thank you so much, Julie, for sharing that feedback about communication.
Indeed, that expands the range of what we're talking about there. I believe we have another caller as well.
We do, and thank you, all the calls coming in, thank you so much. And we just want to really note before we go to the next caller, we're going to do our best to get to all the callers. But if we don't get to you, please don't hesitate to go ahead and put your feedback in those comments because all the comments that we get today, we will be utilizing all of them as we move forward. So our next caller is Laura from Kansas City, parent to 6-year-old with deletion. Laura, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Laura. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I am mom to Maddie, who is 6 years old, and she's a twin. She has a twin sister, Kelly and Colin, and I'm actually calling about something that happened recently to us. We were traveling, which is a luxury when you have a child with Angelman syndrome, between the beds, the medications, everything you have to pack. And we were traveling for something that was supposed to be exciting. My sister was getting engaged. I had helped her fiance plan the whole engagement. And, of course, Maddie got sick right when we got to Florida. And as many parents on this call understand, when your child with Angelman syndrome is sick, it is so challenging. You can't understand what is wrong. All you can do is guess and try to rule things out. So I spent 4 days trying to figure out what was wrong with my daughter. She wouldn't eat. She wouldn't drink. She was miserable. And so by Friday, the morning that my sister was supposed to get engaged, we had to take her to a hospital that didn't know Maddie, a hospital whose expertise is geriatrics, not pediatrics. We waited for hours to be called back when honestly she just needed fluids. But we were able to get back. We got fluids. They did viral testing. You know, they said they got a good look in her mouth, but they clearly didn't. There were 3 physicians in there trying to figure out what was going wrong with my daughter, but nobody could understand. Nobody knew. She couldn't respond when they asked her. So they sent us home with supportive care, fluids, and an antibiotic in case we need it for what they thought might be pneumonia, even though Maddie didn't have a cough. So as we got home, we were lucky enough to join for the engagement. We had a wonderful evening, but by the end of the night, I started feeling terrible. And because I can communicate, I knew that my throat was on fire. I knew that I had strep throat. I felt terrible. So I was the next day able to be diagnosed with strep throat, and we were able to go back and realize that Maddie had strep throat. But the issue is she was misdiagnosed in the ER. She exposed my entire family, some of whom are immunocompromised to strep throat, and 12 of the 14 people in our home were diagnosed with strep throat. My mom, being immunocompromised, is not someone that I want to have to deal with this. And had we had a provider that could have spoken with my daughter and understood how she was feeling, this situation could have been avoided. So for every parent out there that knows how challenging it is to have a child, that you can't do the innate thing of taking care of your child, this is so important to have some type of drug development that can support our children. To be able to point to their throat when they're feeling terrible is just so, so important. So I thank you for this opportunity, and, you know, I stand in solidarity with all the other families on this phone call.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. I think everyone that's listening can feel they've been in that position before, but they can also feel the emotion in your speaking, because it doesn't just impact our kids with Angelman syndrome, right? It's something that impacts all the caregivers, the siblings. It's a really, really hard. So thanks for sharing that. It's a really emotional journey.
Yeah, the normal flow of life
Yeah.
is disrupted by just the kinds of things that happen with these young individuals as they age.
Absolutely.
Before we go to another caller, I'd just like to invite our Zoom panel to offer any additional comments that you wish on this topic. There are clearly some complexities here, and we welcome your further thoughts. Any daring volunteers?
I think Tammy has unmuted.
Just in complete understanding with the last caller, knew my son was in pain, could not tell me what was going on, went to the ER, could not find anything after every test, and he was screaming and crying tears, which he never cries tears. It turns out it was a wisdom tooth that was infected. And then finding care to get that tooth out was a whole other story in and of itself. So again, it goes back to, I just wish that he had words to say hurt and then point, you know. So that's a very real concern. It's a very real thing that I would give anything to have improved for his life.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, small advances can make for huge differences. So that's one of the reasons for hope for future therapies. So we're really grateful for all the input you've provided. And anyone else on the panel before we go to the next caller?
I think one thing that we haven't discussed or hasn't been brought up is sleep and sleep disturbances that so many of our children and adults with Angelman syndrome have. And lack of sleep and what it then leads to can just be debilitating, not just for the individual with Angelman syndrome that can lead to seizures, can lead to illness, can lead to behaviors, can lead to everything, but also the family and the family not being able to get sleep and then becoming more susceptible to illness, and just how hard it is in a family unit when your child's not sleeping well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. She brings up like what the kind of ripple effect happens when they don't sleep. You know, they miss school, so they miss interactions, they miss therapies, so they're behind. I mean, there's this ripple effect that happens that affects the loved one with Angelman syndrome. But then in return, once again, it's back to the caregiver. Like, the caregiver is also suffering through this as well. So sleep is definitely something that is very impactful.
Sounds like for many of you, it's more than a ripple, it's almost a tsunami of symptoms.
Yes.
So
Well, if you think about not sleeping for 2 or 3 years, the little things trigger. Like if you get a whole night's sleep and then the next night you don't, there's this trigger that happens within you as a caregiver that it's overwhelming. It does feel more like a tsunami, right, of emotions when you go through that.
but it's pretty amazing, and appreciate what all of you have had to be able to manage, not only with your loved one with Angelman, but for your own selves. I mean, sleep deprivation turns many folks into zombies, and that's really makes it hard to manage crisis situations as well as natural ones then.
Yeah. Well, I see Whitney, you're off muted. Would you guys like to share before we move to our next caller?
Yeah, just another thing, obviously hearing all of these symptoms, it's like touches every part of our lives, right? And we're Chase and Whitney, we're from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We have a 3.5-year-old little boy who has deletion positive. And I think something that I think about for him is he spends minimum, 2 to 3 hours a day just drinking, not even eating, because it's so hard to get that motor plan. He never developed that suck swallow pattern that we all see little babies have, right? We've obviously been working on straws for the last 3 years. We have tried every possible cup. I've imported cups from around the world to try. And we figured out a solution, but that means this poor little guy is strapped into a chair drinking hours. So we can make sure that he's, safe and healthy. And it just, the symptoms touch every part of his little life and ours.
Absolutely. I find that our parents become such experts of really researching the best products, but they have to go through so many things to find the right thing for their child, and it's so varied.
Well, it's so customized, and the rest of us are forced into kind of a commercial mainstream.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate for families to have to struggle with those kind of things as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Whitney and Chase, for sharing that. Let's go ahead and move to another caller. We have Martha from Arizona who has a 21-year-old who's deletion positive. Martha, are you with us?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Martha.
Thank you for having and doing this thing for us and as parents to kind of find some kind of solution for our kids.
Of course.
Basically, my son is 21 years old, and there were a couple of things as I'm listening to everybody. There were a couple of things that just came to my head after being a part of this call, and one of them was obviously the support system for adults. I feel like once our kids become adult, it's very minimal what we get, and our kids have behaviors. So for them to be able to be at an adult center or a community event or anything where they say, oh, he needs a one-on-one because of behaviors, but we can't provide him that. My son, Raphael, got kicked out of summer camp twice because they didn't have the support for him because he had behaviors, and he needed a one-on-one, and he couldn't participate. The lack of participation, I'm going to start crying. It's very emotional for him to be able to participate in the community. It's so hard. And then as a parent, as I'm listening to everybody saying the sleep deprivation and all that stuff, he's 21 years old. Sleep deprivation for 21 years and for me, unfortunately, has taken a toll. I have been diagnosed with fibromyalgia. So now, obviously, if I don't rest, if I don't sleep, I get the pain. I'm on medication. So it's like I hear everybody saying this sleep deprivation, and it does affect us as caregivers. I'm a good example. I have fibromyalgia because if I don't sleep, it got triggered. So and sometimes even if I don't get enough rest, then it gets triggered with pain. So it's very, very hard. And, he's getting bigger and taller and all of that stuff. But recently, the other thing I wanted to share was he was in the hospital. And it's amazing to me how still doctors out there don't know anything about Angelman. The doctors in the ER were like, oh, what is that? I've never encountered a child with Angelman. So then I'm finding that you're having to teach somebody. This is not a teaching moment. This is I need you to take care of my son moment. So that's another one. It's amazing how the awareness in the medical community for Angelman syndrome is still very, uncommon for them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another one. It'll be nice for them to have like a little, I know they touch on genetics, but Angelman is out there and our community is growing. And you would think that there would be more awareness of our children and then of the medical needs. And then the compromising, if you combine this medication with another medication, we went into the hospital for cyclonic vomiting. I have a wonderful GI who basically we have, ways of trying to prevent this. So when we go into the ER, they have to do the IV medication.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess they must have given him something, because even my doctor, the GI, said, well, there's something we can give him, but it's going to trigger seizures. Well, we went in there. They couldn't stop the vomiting. They gave him Zofran IV. Then they gave him something else. And at that point, Rafi just dropped like he was drugged up. We go home, and he's starting having absent seizures back to back. Never in his life has he had those. We got grandma seizure, but we have them. So now we're encountering, what medication contrasts with what they give, and what's going to trigger the seizures. And it's the same thing. I think it's the knowledge of medications and combinations and what triggers our kids. So I just feel like it's an all over. We're still newly diagnosed, and we're learning here.
Absolutely.
And he's 21. So
Martha,
that's the frustration part I think that I have.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's, we hear this so much, Tim, when it comes to our older individuals with Angelman syndrome and the lack of support, the lack of resources, and how it does really impact their overall, quality of life, And so I think that that's the one thing that you will probably hear continuously throughout the calls today is the individuals who are older and what they deal with and what the impact is in their overall quality of life.
It sounds like issues can sometimes amplify over time.
100%.
Just because of the aging process.
Yeah.
And before we move on to our next and final of the morning polling question, wanted to make sure that if any of the other panel members who haven't had a chance to speak yet, I know you get a chance at the upcoming discussion questions, but for Beth and Robin, don't want to bypass you.
Thank you. Yes. There was one other thing I wanted to add to the conversation that I don't think has been touched on too much. So my name is Beth. I am from Cleveland, Ohio, and I'm mom to Imogen, who is 3.5 years old. She has mutation AS. There's a huge financial impact to our families. Massive. And I think about just the past few months, the expenses that my husband and I have had, and how little support we get, especially when you're talking about a rare disease that is not recognized by a lot of organizations. We have paid for a safety bed, a physical therapy intensive, a special needs lawyer to put together a trust for Imogen, a financial planner to help walk us through what we need to be thinking about in terms of her future. There is such a significant financial impact, not to mention I've had to go back to working part-time instead of full-time because it's so difficult to find appropriate care for her. She did terrible in daycare, I will say. And we had to pull her out. I had to go to work part-time. And fortunately, my mom watches her while I work. But the stress that it adds to a family, to a marriage, the way that it impacts our older daughter, it just stretches across our lives. And I think that is a huge impact outside of the specific medical impact that's a real struggle for most of our families.
Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. And that expands on just the cascade of complications that occur in a family situation.
Absolutely.
Very good. Robin, was there anything else you were going to?
Yes, I'm Robin Wilkerson, and I'm from Oxford, Mississippi. And my daughter, Paige, is 31 years old, and she has the UPD form of Angelman syndrome. And what I wanted to add was, and really it was just brought up by Beth, was the sibling aspect of Angelman syndrome. And there's the good and the bad and the ugly that can come out of being a sibling of someone with Angelman syndrome. And so I don't want to lose that perspective, the influence, like everybody said, on the entire family. It's really hard on Paige, obviously, to have Angelman syndrome, and I'll touch on that a little bit more. But Beth brought up, families and marriages and relationships, but the effects on siblings are just profound.
Absolutely. I mean, we hear younger siblings who ask their parents of like, what's going to happen when you're gone? Like, what's my role going to be? I mean, you have 9, 10-year-olds asking that question, and it is really, really hard to articulate and help them understand, right? So it is. Thanks for bringing that up, Robin. It's an important fact.
Well, and thanks to all of you for expanding the spectrum of consideration. Some begin with communication or cognition and their collateral impacts. So,
absolutely.
Very important. And stay with us, panel. We've got 2 more discussion questions, but first, we're going to go to our last polling question for the morning. So again, pull out your phones or open that new window on your browser and go to pollev.com/Angelman. Again, that's POLLEV.com/ANGELMAN. Remember, only Angelman syndrome caregivers and loved ones should participate. Here, we want to get a sense of the impact of Angelman syndrome on your loved one. So that was a great last comment from Robin to help us really pivot to this aspect. So, to you, Amanda?
Absolutely. So when we think about the greatest impact, which one area of Angelman syndrome has the greatest impact on the life of the person whom you care? So we're talking about A, behavior, B, cognition, C, communication, D, daily living skills, E, fine motor skills, F, gastrointestinal, G, gross motor skills, H, neurological, I, sleep, J, vision, and K, other. So it doesn't surprise me that what we're seeing so far is a renounding communication as having the greatest impact on the life of the person who has Angelman syndrome. We heard that a lot today already.
Yes.
About that. So that doesn't surprise me. And then behavior being a close second as well.
Indeed. And because we only asked for one response, I would guess if we had had it open-ended, we'd have had to add a letter L for all of the above.
Exactly.
Because most families may have experienced a panoply of these kind of complications.
Absolutely.
So what a challenge. But again, the predominance relates to the issue of communication.
When it's tied in so many ways. You know, some of the behaviors that we see in our individuals with Angelman syndrome is because they can't communicate. You know, and some of the daily living skills that we participate with them in is because they can't communicate. So it's tied in so many ways. So it's very not surprising that communication would be very high here.
Indeed, indeed. So it's clear from these comments and the polling results that Angelman syndrome has far-ranging effects on daily lives. So let's hear more from our families in the audience about how your loved one's symptoms impact those daily lives. And I'll begin with Beth and then Robin again, please.
Thank you. Yes, so I kind of want to echo what a lot of people have said so far. Imogen is extremely loving, extremely social. She definitely is people motivated beyond anything else. And because at 3.5, she's unable to walk independently, she's unable to talk, and she lacks those pretend play skills, she really struggles to connect with her peers. She's in preschool. Sometimes she gets invited to birthday parties, which is really lovely that, you know, the parents think of us. But it's very heartbreaking as a mom to watch her sit on the sidelines because you see the 3.5-year-olds running around, talking with each other, engaging in a lot of that pretend play. And Imogen is not able to. And so she'll sit there, she's got a big smile on her face, but she's just watching. She's not participating. And I know she deeply, deeply craves human connection. And so to watch her not get that from her peers is pretty devastating. So I would say when you talk about day-to-day living, that's the most difficult thing to witness. I just wish that she could connect and have those friendships that are so important to every human.
Why, thank you. That's very moving. You know, it strikes us that there is an epidemic of loneliness across America, as it's described, and that must just be amplified in a child who can't be able to emote and share what they wish to, and for families to be able to communicate in return and know that the message has been received.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dream of a parent to be able to see their kiddos interacting and with others and playing soccer, playing football, doing whatever it may be. And for our little, individuals with Angelman syndrome, sometimes it's definitely a challenge, and it's really incredibly heartbreaking to watch. So thank you, Beth, for sharing that perspective.
You bet.
With us.
Robin, can I ask you to expand again? You had a great bridging comment for us.
Thank you. I have a little bit different of a perspective than Beth, since I have a 31-year-old daughter. And so as far as what affects daily life for her, aside from the pretty obvious effects, the fact that she can't live and function independently and return, depends on other people for her activities of daily living and to be supervised, et cetera. I did want to briefly address how much anxiety and severe anxiety influences her quality of life. We do think it's probably because of 31 years of inability to communicate effectively, but two areas the quality of life is really affected, and one is healthcare, and that's been mentioned, but I want to address it from a little different perspective. Paige is a very, like we've already said, very loving, caring individual, but the anxiety interferes with her letting anybody touch her. And because of that, her health care has to go through me. So I literally have to listen to her lungs and tell the physician or the healthcare provider what's going on with her. We're having an issue with hypertension now, and we can't get an accurate blood pressure on her because only I can get an accurate blood pressure, and she lives outside the home. She has to have anesthesia for dental care, any dental care. And the other big really influence that this severe anxiety is interfering with is her family relationships. Paige is over-identified with me, and she dearly loves her nieces and nephews and her brothers and sister-in-laws, but because of this over-identification, she becomes so anxious when they're around me that it's miserable for Paige, it's miserable for everyone. She screams, she pushes people away, and she loves them so dearly, but the anxiety is just so severe that she even now will ask in her way to leave the situation. And that's heartbreaking. It really is. And so the anxiety that seems to increase as they get older, and it's really sad for healthcare, which is vitally important for life, and also for family relationships, which are vital.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing, Robin. And that anxiety is also attached to so many things. It's attached to lack of sleep. It causes a lot of gastro issues because there's a lot of anxiety. It can spark into seizures, tremors. There's so many things that anxiety triggers as well that is really debilitating and really, really hard to manage. So thank you for sharing that perspective, Robin.
And it just adds to the burden of having to take additional medications for that, plus seizures, plus whatever else may be a challenge.
Yeah.
It becomes, almost junior physicians for all of you, having to be able to be specialists in Angelman.
Oh yeah, I tell all my families I think they can be nurses. I mean, they are nurses in some ways, so absolutely.
Or doctors.
Right, exactly.
You're all advanced course.
Exactly. So do you want to take maybe a caller or two?
I think that would be
Perfect.
great. All yours.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you, panel, for those great comments. And we'd love to hear from some others as well. And please keep the comments coming in and the calls coming in. Like I said, we're going to get to as many as we can, but every voice will be heard in some way, whether it's through comments, whatever it may be. But right now we have Leah and Bobby from Missouri on the phone, who are parents to a 7-year-old with ICD. So Leah, are you on?
Hi, Amanda. Yep, we're here.
Hi, Leah. It's nice to hear from you.
Thank you. Bobby and I wanted to talk about specifically behavior and how that's really impacted our family really negatively. So our child is wonderful and beautiful and loving like all of the other individuals with Angelman syndrome that have been talked about, but one of the most prevalent, invasive, pervasive aspects of this for us has been behavior. And like you said earlier, if he were able to communicate his anxiety, his hurts, his wants, his needs, I really think there would be a tremendous decrease in these behaviors. Last fall, he was in school, he was in kindergarten and going half days, and his behavior just got so out of control. He was almost terrifying to be around because it wasn't just screaming. It was hitting, kicking, biting, pinching, scratching, almost abusive behavior. You know, if it was coming from a neurotypical person, you would call someone for help. But we didn't have anyone to call, because what do you do when your child, your small child is the one assaulting you, basically? And this was across the board for myself and for Bobby and for our other child who is the same age as Caden. And we went rounds with medicine trying to figure it out. And we finally got to a good point, but it all, I think, stems from anxiety and not being able to communicate what he needs. This last weekend, we were celebrating my dad's birthday, and he was so excited to go and to be, my dad is his favorite human. They're best friends. And we got there, and my brother's family were there, so there were 6 other people and an aunt. And it was too much. Bobby, do you want to talk about some of that?
It was too much for Caden. He loves all these people, but there was so much going on that he couldn't control it, and he started lashing out. He started throwing things, and just not being a pleasure to be around. It just got hard for no apparent reason to us. And so, we finally were able to calm him down and distract him, but just in that short amount of time where we weren't able to, it was awful.
I think too that fear of, those behaviors at home are horrible, but they're at home and we're in our own space, and he can be and eventually, feel safe because this is his place that he can feel the most safe. But when those behaviors happen anywhere outside of our home, I mean, we had to stop going to church because we didn't have backup. We don't usually take him out into the community, just for things like grocery shopping or, library trips can be pretty eventful if we want to take the whole family. But because you just never know, and we want to give him every opportunity to be socialized and have those experiences like everyone else. But it's kind of terrifying, the what if. So we appreciate you taking our call. We appreciate you listening to our lived experience, and we're so thankful for the opportunity to share this with everybody. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Leah and Bobby. And I know that was such a really hard time for you, and I know it's hard to share sometimes the not so pretty parts of Angelman and how it can be really aggressive and really hard on the full parental unit. So thank you for sharing that perspective with us today.
Yeah, that's when you talk about wrestling with these things, it's literal as well as figurative.
Absolutely.
So very challenging.
Yeah.
I know we have another caller.
We do.
And then I believe we have several written comments, and then we'll probably come back to our panel.
Awesome. So let's go to Donna, who's in Texas, who has a 35-year-old with UPD. Donna, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
Thanks
Thank you for
taking
being
my
here.
Call.
Absolutely.
And I really want to add on to the discussion earlier about the effect of sleep with the younger child, and somebody had mentioned, 2-3 years of sleep, and it really kind of made me chuckle a little bit because my son is 35. I've been dealing with lack of sleep for 35 years, and most of it, his sleep impacts I've noticed of lately are due to myoclonus. So some nights he's up all night and stuck in myoclonus. So, there's two things there. His sleep is improved as he's gotten older, but it is really tied to his brain activity, obviously, and seizure activity that you don't see. It's not a grand mal, and it's not seizures. You can look at him and say he's having a seizure. But over 35 years, I've learned that he's having additional excitement in his brain, and things are not functioning as well as they should right now, but there's nothing I know to do about it. I give him his sleep meds, and then sometimes I'll give him the benzos, and it may, but most of the time it doesn't do anything to calm the excitatory activity in his brain. But the reason I called was to share that I have gone to see a doctor, well, actually a functional nutritionist, because I knew that I had not been feeling the way I need to feel. Usually I'm pretty active, high energy. I have a very good diet. I work out 3 to 4 times a week, and strength training, aerobics, and just to keep myself fit and healthy so that I can take care of my son. And I do enjoy it too. So, but the functional nutritionist did some additional tests, and he said, "Do you have trouble sleeping?" I said, "No, I don't. I don't have trouble sleeping. My son has trouble sleeping." And when I hit the bed, I said, "I am out." He said, "You need to get more sleep. It is starting to impact your overall body functioning." And he says it's not going to show up dramatically on your blood work, but what the testing that he did on me, he said this lack of sleep you're having is affecting your body. So, and it scared me. And I'm like, well, how do I fix that problem? What do I do?
Yeah.
I can't get caretakers are hard to find. He can no longer go to summer camp because of myoclonus, because they don't know what it is. They don't know how to treat it when he's in myoclonus for hours and hours and hours. They're calling me. So it's sleep tied to the seizures and the excitatory activity in their brain that causes them to not be able to go to sleep. That's me putting all the pieces of this puzzle together for my son in general, but this is a long-term effect of living with these children when you do not have backup care for them so that the main caregiver can get rested and sleep.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Donna. Yeah, it's a great perspective.
So it's a warning for all you parents to young children. You're functioning now, but when you get to be in your mid-60s, and if something doesn't change, you're going to see it'll happen.
Yeah.
So it's not just these kids; it's our caregivers too.
Thank you so much, Donna, for that perspective. And I think it is all something that we think about is, not only are we trying to take care of our loved ones with Angelman syndrome, but we often forget to take care of ourselves. And then we panic because what happens if something happens to us? What happens to our loved one with Angelman syndrome? So it's like a never-ending loop in our brains as caregivers of things that we worry and think about, and then add no sleep to it, and it compounds on that. Absolutely.
And lack of sleep does affect judgment. It affects many things, but also multiple health systems.
Absolutely.
That amplifies the problem for parents.
Absolutely. Thank you, Donna, for that call.
I'm going to read one or two notes here, and then I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel for additional comments. So this relates to impact in daily life. Amelia from LA says, symptoms of Angelman syndrome affect everything in my loved one's life. Simple things are much more challenging. Self-care routines, eating, sleeping, learning new things takes hundreds to thousands more repetition than a neurotypical individual. So just the intensity. On the other hand, learning is possible. So I think we need to be mindful of that and finding new ways to finally better synapse in that way. Allison of Fort Lee, Texas says, his diagnosis touches every single part of our day. From the moment he wakes up to the moment he falls asleep, he needs constant supervision, full physical support in many tasks, and helps navigating even basic things like transitions, meals, or getting dressed. So all those things are compelling. And we do have some other comments here, but I'd like to provide opportunity for our Zoom panel to offer any additional thoughts at this point. Yes, Beth?
One of the things I was thinking about that I don't think has really been mentioned yet is the mouthing behaviors and how impactful those can be in our lives. So Imogen, for instance, puts everything in her mouth. So trying to keep her safe at home is difficult. We have a 6-year-old daughter, and so of course she's got little Barbie shoes and Legos, and Imogen is constantly putting those in her mouth, which is of course a choking hazard. It also means when we go out in public, she gets a lot of funny looks and people saying, oh, don't do that, or that's gross. So for instance, we'll be at the Children's Museum or the library, and every toy that she looks at, she smells, and then she puts it in her mouth. And of course, that's how she's learning about the toy, but you don't know how many other mouths that toy has been in. Obviously, it's not pleasant for other people to want to play with that toy after Imogen's been chewing on it and drooling over it. We've tried all different diversion techniques, right? Give her a chewy stick or redirect her attention. But really, like I said, that's how she explores her world. And so trying to keep her safe, both from, the germs that might be on the toys, as well as small objects going in her mouth and being a choking hazard, is a challenging part of every day.
Absolutely. It is very challenging because, when that happens as well, when they're constantly putting things in their mouths, they're getting so many germs, which then turns into illnesses, which then can turn into seizures, which then can turn into, a ripple effect. And so it is one of those things where, once again, it's a compounding, thing that happens with our kiddos.
And it seems like it amplifies so many other things that it just creates new challenges with every event.
Absolutely.
Others with a comment here?
With the mouthing too, I've learned, so Ethan likes latex and he'll put balloons in his mouth and swallow them. Gloves will swallow them. We've had them removed before. But I've noticed too that I can tell other people, do not give Ethan balloons. He will swallow them. And they think, oh, it's okay. It's okay. He's not going to swallow them with, and so even we have to protect our children with Angelman syndrome, but then we also have to trust that other people will listen to us when we say, don't do this, or don't, allow him to eat tomatoes because it will cause him to vomit, which will lead to cyclic vomiting. And then sometimes people are like, oh, well, it's okay. It won't happen with me, and that's just another layer of frustration. Like, our kids and then as an adult with Angelman syndrome, people still talk to him like a baby. And so that's a whole other day for a different discussion, but he's 24 years old. And he understands what you're saying to him, have him be a part of the conversation. And so just a couple little things to touch on.
Those are really important additions for sure. I mean, those are things and perspectives that are important to have.
Yeah, you almost need a training course for anyone who's going to be trusted to be spending time with your child.
Yeah.
So respecting that, add teacher to doctor and nurse.
Absolutely, absolutely. Recruiter, there's a lot of different labels our families can have.
Indeed. Robin, I believe you had unmuted. Do you have another comment, please?
Yeah, I had one other thing that in a way that, as an adult, Paige's life is really being her daily life is affected. It's the fact that she has no control, and she's had no really control in her life now for a while, mainly because she can't communicate what her needs and desires are. And how that influences her now with lack of control is if she tries to exert her control as a 31-year-old, she's considered a problem. So if her caregivers want to give her a bath and she's not ready for a bath, then she refuses, and then she is a problem. Versus if I don't want a bath now,
Right.
I just don't take a bath now.
Right.
Or she wanted to go on an activity with her friends for their day center last week, and she wanted to go. She didn't have any way of saying in a way that she wanted to go, so they left. And then she was real upset and threw her glasses across the room. And then she's a problem.
Yeah.
When really it was that she couldn't express, I want some control in this. I want to choose to go to this activity. So communication again, but also others, like Tammy's saying, be aware of our children's needs and understanding their communication.
Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed. One other comment I'd like to read here to add to the discussion. This is from Sarah of New York City. As a teenager, she has become severely anxious, resulting in pulling her hair and chewing her hands. She's on 2 different medications to manage her anxiety with limited effectiveness.
We hear this often, especially the pulling the hair. I mean, it's sometimes pulling and even eating, which causes a lot of, can cause a lot of issues for our kiddos. So thank you, Sarah, for sharing that comment.
Indeed. And just want to make sure that we've addressed as many of the comments as possible. I don't believe, we are probably ready to transition to the third of 3 discussion issues
Absolutely.
for our panel, and that is, finally, given the various and lifelong effects of Angelman syndrome, what worries you most about your loved one's future? So I'll ask first for Whitney and Chase to offer comments for us.
Yeah, thank you. So as Whitney mentioned earlier, our son Peter is 3.5, so we think about this pretty often right now. And the biggest thing I think that we are worried about, and this is a theme that a lot of people have commented on, is challenges with communication in the future. Excuse me. And especially challenges with Peter's ability to advocate for himself once we're not around. Because, we imagine scenarios where anything ranging from, hey, like what Robin just mentioned, hey, I want to go participate in this activity with my friends, but I can't communicate that to my care team. And then that brings on a whole host of complications just that day to, hey, I have this stomach pain, and then I end up in the hospital and have, these very complex medical situations that emerge from that just because I can't say stomach hurting, or something like that. And so with us being his parents, we're pretty terrified about those potentialities because we wonder who, as other people have said, who's going to take the time to try and learn well enough how Peter communicates these kinds of messages, because he does try, but right now the only thing he's able to do in order to communicate are behavioral things like headbutting or hair pulling or just shouting, things like that. And so, as Robin also mentioned a moment ago, a lot of times our kiddos' behavioral means of communications are perceived as exclusively bad behavior, not like, hey, I'm in pain, or hey, I want this thing. And we have a hard time trusting that other people who aren't Peter's parents will give him the patience that he needs to get his message across.
Yeah. And I also think it's really easy to ignore somebody who's nonverbal, right? Like, it's easy for people to only pay attention when somebody is doing something that is potentially aggressive. But I also think about, like, if Peter's communication toolbox is effectively locked because of the effects of Angelman syndrome, I wonder how those social relationships will develop in the future. If he can't do things that, like, just nonverbal communication things that come so easily to us, like waving to a friend, pointing to a toy, nodding consistently, yes or no. And I worry that in the absence of the ability for his brain to communicate effectively with the rest of his body, that we will keep seeing this headbutting behavior, that we will keep seeing, you know, I FaceTimed Chase the other day, not realizing my mouth was bleeding from Peter headbutting, and then
Wow.
he has twin little sisters, and one of them, they're 19 months old, and one of them had a bloody nose the other day. And obviously, we are trying to make sure that everyone is safe and everybody can connect. But for the future, what will those friendships look like? Will he have friendships? And will people respond with kindness? Because he's so social. He just wants to connect. So, yeah, lots of worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots to share and trapped inside.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that perspective, Whitney and Chase. I do think it's, you know, it's just such a common thing. Once again, I go back to our parents have to worry constantly about everything for themselves, for their, you know, their family, for their loved one with Angelman. There's so many emotions that go into having a loved one with Angelman syndrome. It's really, it's just incredibly impactful.
Well, it sounds like there's lots of concerns, both short-term and long-term. There are a couple of things that came in here on written comments that I'd like to share for all. The first one is from Amy of Concord, New Hampshire. My daughter is 18 years of age. I worry she has not gained a lot in skill development with her activities of daily living, which means lifelong reliance 24/7. And 24/7 care, worry about how she will be cared for and live within her community where we're no longer able to take care of her.
It's that theme of independence that keeps coming up. It's like just a little independence would be so impactful for our families in so many ways.
And those small changes that you're talking about that would be significant for families as well as the individuals with Angelman don't necessarily have to be independence running around outside.
No.
It's simple things such as being able to self-care, brush teeth, go to the toilet.
Exactly. Simple things, or
transformational.
Yeah, or I mean, simply being able to, you know, communicate 4 or 5 words on an AAC device of like, my tummy hurts, or I have to go to the bathroom, or I was hurt today. Just, you know, they're just simple little things that, you know, you don't think about until you have a child with Angelman, and you think, gosh, if he could just tell me, if she could just tell me this, I could do my job as a mom, dad, parent, caregiver.
Well, that's independence for the caregiver as well as for the individual with Angelman syndrome.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely,
that could be transformational, and that is certainly the kind of thing we're hoping to see in advanced therapeutics.
Absolutely.
Also have Brooke from Breeze, Illinois. My worries for the future are that he won't receive the same medical attention and care. Adults with disabilities tend to get forgotten about, and I refuse to let that happen to my son while I'm earthside.
Powerful.
Powerful and also worrisome that someone has to even think about that. That
Well,
all of you are.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So I'll go back to the panel now and ask some of the other thoughts that you have in the longer term and considerations to be made.
I don't mind going ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
So one of the
thanks.
things that echoing everyone else, you know, long-term living situations, wanting to communicate, not knowing what's going to happen when we are no longer able to advocate, but also right now my son is 11 and he is in a great school system, but we are able to be there and push for his potential, and we are able to see teachers push his potential. And I worry that he will get to a point when school is no longer an option, that people aren't going to see how smart my child is, because he can't do the little things that demonstrate independence, because he can't show the little things, that it's just going to be this automatic push him off as he can't do X, Y, and Z. And he can learn daily skills, but it's a matter of unlocking it. And I worry that once school is done, when he transitioned out of school, that all of those things that he has worked so hard for, that teachers have pushed him for his potential, he's going to just be seen as not being able to do it.
And Catherine, that's where we are. He aged out of school at 22 in Indiana and transitioned into nothing because there was nothing. There is nothing. And I say nothing, but some people have stepped up to help. I have a career and I want Ethan to be socialized. I don't want him sitting at home all day. And but there is nothing, and we need to do better. So, and I say that as a nation, we need to do better and provide our angels with these little pieces of independence that will help them advocate for themselves.
Thank you, Tammy. That is a theme we hear, is the worry of that there isn't a lot of options after a specific period. And I think that's when we start seeing some of our individuals with Angelman syndrome, you start seeing the anxiety become even worse. You start seeing so many of these things increase because they're not in that social environment. They're not engaging with others, and they love to engage with others. And so I think Tammy brings up a great thought, and Catherine as well, is that there's that concern of what happens after they transition and there's nothing else for them, right? There's no other way to engage them. And it is a crisis in our community.
Well, and these kind of things call to attention how a group can collectively do things like this, and that there is some urgency in development of therapies, small incremental steps that can be built upon. And indeed, that's happened with other situations of similar nature, where a small step forward leads to more interest by developers, and then not only greater hope, but greater action.
Absolutely. And I think one of the themes that we keep hearing, and I'd love for the panel to speak up or people to give comments, but you think about we've been talking a lot about anxiety and how it relates to communication and how it comes back to communication. And because that is such a big thing of that, I do think a lot of this anxiety could be controlled in some ways if our individuals had the ability to share what they're anxious about. I don't know if anyone on the panel wants to elaborate at all about the impact that anxiety has on the communication. Robin, I see you're ready to respond.
And Whitney too.
Okay.
Robin first.
I mean, absolutely. If I think if she's had ways of communicating, all calm and signing and gesturing, but you can only communicate so much with that, and you have to have willing listeners. And that's part of the other issue is, even when our children are trying to communicate, even with a talker that actually says the words, somebody has to listen. And if no one listens, then they're, one, not motivated to communicate and have behaviors instead, and two, have their needs and wants not met. So yeah, if we could make that communication leap and get other people even to listen to what our children are trying to say, I think the behaviors would get better. And I also want to say something about you're talking about if they could do anything extra with their activities of daily living. As someone who has a daughter in a supervised living situation now, anything they can learn to do, any move you make with therapeutics or whatever to give them more activities of daily living to complete, more communication skills, it's going to make a huge difference on the back end with adult living.
Great observations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very helpful, and adds to the urgency of the situation. Whitney, a comment from you, and then I believe we have a caller.
Yep.
Yeah, I think for us, it was kind of a crazy situation about 6 months ago. It was like Peter just realized that people didn't know what he was thinking, and he couldn't communicate with people, and it was night and day. And that, like, once he realized that, his anxiety went absolutely through the roof.
Wow.
It went from like happy demeanor, wanting to socialize, wanting to be around people, to 24/7 headbanging, 24/7 anxiety, not wanting to go out into new spaces. And that's at 3 years old, him realizing, I can't talk to my mom. I can't talk to my dad. I don't want to be around these new people. Who are they? They can't read these little signals that I'm putting out to figure out what I need.
Yeah.
And it's devastating to see this little boy. And then we've been working on his talker for 2 years at least. And with the motor planning, there's so much repetition. He tries, he wants, he has one motor plan, which is this, really down. But that hits a lot of keys.
Yeah.
So it's just a lot of work for him to try and connect.
Well, it speaks to how the lack of the ability to communicate, or for people to understand how he communicates, can actually lead to self-harm behaviors through anxiety, which is, even to hear that in a 3-year-old is quite alarming. And I'm sure that was really a scary time for you all. So thank you for sharing. I do think we have a caller that we can go to. Let's make sure we get them in. So we have Megan from Minnesota, who has a 7-year-old who's mutation. So Megan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I just wanted to piggyback on what everyone else is saying. For my son, William, like many others living with AS, he is happy, he is friendly, he wants to be social, and he loves to laugh. And right now at our family stage, I have a younger son, Henry, who is neurotypical, and that creates some disconnect in our family because William is often showcasing, love, smiling, touching, wants to be around Henry, when Henry is maybe dysregulated. And he'll then get upset and yell at William, and William just doesn't understand. So that's really heartbreaking as a parent to see. And it can also create challenges for us to make sure we showcase balanced parenting to all of our children. And when William is yelled at, he is anxious, and he will, push Henry in the face. If we're at home, he might grab, our dog or a different object just because he's not really sure what to do with his emotions after being, essentially yelled at for something he was trying to be genuinely empathetic about. So as I look to the future, this is really scary for my husband and I and our entire family because, him along with several other individuals living with Angelman syndrome, they want to showcase love and empathy and be friendly, but not everyone may receive it in the same way. And that's where it gets frightening that bullying and aggression to him might happen. And if it does, with the communication aspect, he won't be able to help us understand, who, when, and where that was impacted. So we often think about that and are trying to do our best now to plan and be as ready as we can.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, Megan. I think it does really speak to the fear of, the way our kids or individuals with Angelman syndrome show their love, show their interactions, and show their communications can often be misinterpreted by others. And who knows what that could result to. So Megan, thank you for sharing those concerns, because I think it is definitely a reality our families face.
That it is indeed. And we have some written comments here that I need to scroll up to read, but worries and fears for the future. Angie from New Zealand says, my biggest fears around him are living a life in the future where others are not understanding his wants and needs, making it frustrating for him and harder to keep him living a full and happy life as he is older, especially when we are not around. So, of concern. Comments from our Zoom panelists on any further elements of this? Care to take a stab?
I think Beth does.
Sure. I did want to kind of capitalize on what Megan was saying about that sibling dynamic. And in addition to it being unfair that our children have Angelman syndrome, I think it's really unfair on their siblings. I think about, my older daughter, it's just Imogen and Annabelle. And Annabelle, I always envisioned her with a little sister having a playmate and someone to share a bedroom with her. And instead, she has Imogen, who of course we love, but Imogen can do things to Annabelle that are very upsetting. So for instance, she'll pull out whole chunks of Annabelle's hair, and you're trying to explain to Annabelle that she doesn't really have control over that. But also, it's not fair to Annabelle, right? That's really painful, and trying to have her understand that and move on can be really difficult. And also, when I think about the future, right? Annabelle will probably never get the opportunity to go to her sister's wedding, to be an aunt, all of these choices that a typical person might have. And as my husband and I get older, not only does it place somewhat of a burden on Annabelle to care care for Imogen in, any ways that she might be willing and able to, but also my husband and myself, right? That's all going to fall on her shoulders. And so I think, the children who are neurotypical tend to get less attention, but that should be a real focus because mentally, emotionally, financially, there are going to be impacts in the future, and those are difficult.
Thank you for sharing, Beth. It's interesting. We've been talking about how anxiety impacts individuals with Angelman syndrome, but there's a lot of anxiety not just with the individual with Angelman syndrome, but it kind of, collates and goes down. I mean, I see, and we talk to a lot of younger families who have young siblings who they're already seeing a lot of anxiety and stressfulness at such a young age because of a lot of what they've already experienced. So talk about this anxiety with individuals with Angelman syndrome. It kind of ripples throughout the family.
Yeah, you're almost creating a picture of dominoes that fall, beginning with the child to the parents to the siblings.
Absolutely.
And just being able to plan for all that, it's hard to get your arms around.
Thank you, Beth, for sharing that.
You bet.
Let's go to another caller. We have Sharon from Philadelphia who has a 23-year-old with UPD. Sharon, are you with us?
I am here. I'm Sharon. I've got my son Ethan, who's 23 with UPD. And probably the focus of what I want to discuss is his behavior, because that honestly is the biggest piece to any other issues that he's had besides sleep, which was a very big issue, particularly when he was younger. His few health issues have been Angelman related, certainly. He had a few febrile seizures, but we've been super lucky to not have seizures or need medication. He once had a concussion that was related to behaviors and pulling away from us. He's had dental issues because the behavioral issues require general anesthesia, and that was deferred because we weren't expecting a dental issue, and now he has one that we can't fix. But his behaviors interfered with being included even in social activities he enjoys, because his behaviors happen even when he wants to participate. It interferes with his safety. And as an adult, he's had the experience that I have most feared. He's big. He looks like an adult when he doesn't feel like getting shaved. And he had a caregiver in his group home who wasn't familiar with him, who panicked because of his behaviors and called the police, who then came into the home and then wanted to take him to the emergency room. And we all know horror stories of adults being police being involved when adults have had behaviors, and because the police, the community don't understand that sometimes even their informed caregivers can't protect them from very scary, occasionally fatal intervention because somebody's afraid of this adult with disabilities, particularly ones who cannot speak. So I've already experienced what has been one of my greatest fears for years. The stress has certainly affected our family. My son's sister now is 26 and considers herself to have had a very traumatic childhood. And even though I think we tried so hard to give her the attention that she needed, clearly that wasn't enough, because she feels utterly traumatized and cannot be in the same space with her brother, and they now have no relationship, even though my son adores his sister, and it's really heartbreaking. My husband passed away at 59, and part of the reason he didn't go to the emergency room is he was afraid to leave me at home with the two young kids, because we always worked as a team supporting my son, and I suspect that the lack of sleep and chronic stress has contributed to my health issues, including cancer, which doesn't run in my family. Right now, Ethan is fortunately in a group home with staff that absolutely adore him, but he right now is going through significant behaviors, and I'm always terrified that they're going to tell me they can't support him anymore, because I know I have many friends whose kids, even if they have adult programs available, their kids aren't eligible because of their behaviors. And this is in spite of him being a pretty good communicator with UPD, him having really big social drive. He still has behaviors that are impulsive that he can't control that make it difficult to keep him safe and keep others safe around him in social situations.
Sharon, thank you. Thank you so much for that perspective. I think it really kind of encompasses some of the themes that we've been talking about today, a lot around the lack of communication and how that can lead to behavior and anxiety, and also just this desire for, really being able to have skill for daily living skills of any sort, of being able to do things and not have that fear that when, we're gone, that there's not going to be someone there to do it. So Sharon, thank you for that perspective. It was very powerful.
Indeed. And I think throughout these comments, a word that pops up is complexity and complications and so many things that you have to manage, that being able to take care of some of those may prevent these dominoes from falling into other symptom areas as well. Let me offer the panel, our Zoom panel, any final comments you'd like to provide us with? If not, I think your commentary already has been tremendous.
Absolutely.
Revealing, insightful, and informative. So thank you all for sharing your thoughtful views. It's been incredibly powerful to hear about your experiences, and these help shine light on Angelman syndrome and its understanding. So we appreciate your candor and the personal stories that you've related in speaking about your loved ones' experiences. So thank you very much for all the time and thoughtfulness that you've dedicated to this.
Absolutely.
And we wish you a happy lunch.
Yes.
And hope that you will come back, because now it is time to take a short break. If you haven't had a chance to get through via phone or submit comments, don't worry. You'll have another opportunity to participate in the second half of our meeting, when we will discuss first current treatment approaches and then what you'd like to see in future treatments. For now, we're going to take a 30-minute break, and we will return at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So thank you especially to all of those who have contributed comments online or in phone, and especially the dedication of our respective panels this morning, who have shared so many personal and very incredibly moving things. So thank you all, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. Please come back. We're looking forward to it.
Angelman syndrome is a genetic disorder that causes severe communication, cognitive, and physical disability. But now, transformative therapeutics are on the horizon, and we have to ensure access for every family as soon as one is deemed safe and effective. To demonstrate the urgency of access to treatments, we followed 3 families affected by Angelman for a day in the life.
They tend to pull me now.
Marley is a bossy 8-year-old.
Brush your teeth, okay? There you go.
People think that she is just so cheerful, but Marley has attitude. I would say she gets it from me. I learned that Marley had Angelman syndrome from the genetic testing. When I got that call, it was almost earth-shattering, I guess you would say.
Daddy's working, come on. There you go, good job.
You were basically told your child is never gonna walk, never gonna talk.
I have something to tell
Okay, what do you want to tell me?
you. Clean up.
Oh, you want me to clean up?
It's about now.
Okay.
All those hopes you had that they're gonna get married, have a family, move out of the house, none of that obviously was gonna happen.
Wanna go sit on the floor and play? Gonna push the button.
Marriage is a difficult thing for anyone. I mean, you throw on the sleep issues and the constant care.
Come on, buddy. Block.
It has a great toll on everyone in the family.
Angelman symptoms are very severe, including uncontrolled seizures, which can make a small problem big. A child living with Angelman might end up intubated in intensive care from something as simple as strep throat, which means they need care 24/7.
My job was the biggest sacrifice.
Thank you for looking. Is it this one? That's right.
I currently only work 2.5 days to be able to manage Kaylee's care.
Can you find the cube? Good job.
I always knew she understood everything I said.
You know we're almost there. You getting excited?
As a baby, she was very sick. Lots of seizures, lots of doctor's appointments, lots of hospitalizations.
Come on, watch your step. You gotta watch where you're going or you're gonna fall.
We were doing amazing up until we hit pre-puberty stage. We do lots of therapy to try to delay the progression as much as we can.
Hey! Marley Ray! Mwah. How are you today?
We typically do not leave the house with Marley unless we're going with family. Marley doesn't really understand personal space. Sometimes she might pull hair. I'm always afraid of Marley being judged or someone looking at her a certain type of way. Marley is a social butterfly, and to not even be able to speak is hard. Angelman syndrome is a 24/7, 365 thing. She may have a seizure. She may have an accident. There's never a time where I can just rest or feel comfortable.
Angelman parents lose sleep, friends, jobs, and time with their partners, leading to burnout and social isolation.
Louis, that's really hot.
Hot, really hot.
Louis. Come on, bud. The condition is relentless.
Something is wrong.
What is wrong,
Hey,
though?
hey.
Tell us what's
I think you
wrong.
just don't, Louis, I think you, hey. I know it's tough, buddy.
Mwah. All right, next one. You forget how good it feels to have 7 or 8 hours of sleep, and then you get it again and you realize, wow, what a difference.
He needs me or my wife to be there with him. And because of his ceaseless need for sensory input, you're not achieving real sleep with Louis.
AS requires an exorbitant amount of money and time from countless specialized doctors, therapists, and special education resources to endless paperwork and mountains of insurance claims.
Kwame played in the NFL for about 2 years. His savings went pretty quickly.
Anything that is labeled special needs is going to be 3 times the cost of if it was just for a normal person. Last year, $162,175 just for therapy. It's been $300,000 to $400,000 when we have had major medical or hospitalizations.
The amount of work that goes into educating Louis compared to a typical kid is absolutely astounding.
The toll of Angelman syndrome is simply unsustainable. But thankfully, there is real hope. With several therapeutic treatments in development, families don't need a miracle. Even a small improvement could change so many lives.
See you in the morning. That's the hardest part, is just knowing that she's going to need constant 24/7 care for the rest of her life unless we do have some type of cure.
I see sadness in her eyes sometimes. Sadness of wanting to be who she is. A treatment for Angelman syndrome would allow her that freedom to just fully be the person and the social butterfly that she is.
Even if it's something that helps Lewis sleep better, if he can say 15 words, if he can control the impulses so he's able to be around other kids without causing any physical harm to them, it would be an absolute game changer for us. It's so dramatically changed our lives that I don't even know what a normal life would look like anymore.
Every day counts for a growing mind, for a chance at their own life. Time is slipping through our fingers. Do your part to get these new therapeutics to every Angelman family. Do it for Louie, Marley, Kaylee, and all the people out there living with Angelman today.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the externally led PFDD meeting on Angelman syndrome. We had a great series of presentations and discussion this morning to help our audience understand what it is to live with Angelman syndrome and how it impacts daily life. I'm Ryan Fisher, Chief Operating Officer of FAST. We're now moving into the second topic for today. We're going to be talking about both current and future approaches to treatment. I'm honored to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Elizabeth Berry-Kravis. Dr. Berry-Kravis is Professor of Pediatrics and Neurological Sciences and Director of Rush Pediatric Neurosciences FAST Center for Translational Research at Rush University Medical Center in Chicago. She will provide an overview of the treatment approaches for Angelman syndrome. Dr. Berry-Kravis, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that nice introduction. And I'd like to thank the FDA and everyone here for being here and listening to this session. I'm going to talk about the current treatment of Angelman syndrome and the early translation of targeted treatments that are designed to actually target the genetics of the condition. So the current standard of care for treatment of Angelman syndrome really includes supportive treatment. All treatment is supportive. And we treat comorbid problems outside the core syndrome, as well as the core developmental symptoms that make up Angelman syndrome. These treatments do not correct the primary defect of the absent or very deficient UBE3A in neurons or the resulting synaptic dysfunction in these neurons. They do not treat the underlying disease. So first, I'm going to talk about comorbid problems. And comorbid problems do not occur in all individuals with Angelman syndrome, but in a significant percent. Probably the one most people know about most commonly is epilepsy, and we treat that with anticonvulsants or anti-epileptic drugs. Commonly, we use levetiracetam and then clobazam as first-line agents, and then many other anticonvulsants. We also make quite a bit of use of bridging and rescue medication regimens for illness and fevers when seizures tend to cluster. And these kinds of clusters often result in ER visits and hospitalizations, but we can prevent some of those need for hospitalization by having rescue medications. Patients can be on a large number of anticonvulsants with only and they can have only very rare seizures, or they may just have seizures on an ongoing daily basis. There's a high variability of the actual frequency of the seizures and a high variability of the treatment effectiveness. Anti-epileptic drugs can have side effects that can be limiting and affect alertness, coordination, swallowing, and GI symptoms, and can impact quality of life. These are a few charts from the natural history study in Angelman syndrome, which show that it will show the number of seizure medications of patients were taking at the most recent visit. And as you can see, this varies anywhere from 0 medications to up to 6 or 7 medications. And deletion patients, shown in orange, are more commonly taking seizure medications and more seizure medications than non-deletion patients. If we look at the number of seizure medicines patients are taking relative to age, it's clear that very young patients are taking less medications, often because seizures haven't started yet. And then as patients get older, they're tending to have a need for more medications. Other treatments that we employ for comorbid problems are those that target sleep issues. And sleep is a big problem in Angelman syndrome. We use environmental kind of modifications and behavioral and medication approaches that include things like a safety bed so the patient can't get out of bed and may actually go back to sleep on their own, sleep training, behavioral sleep routines. And then if we need to use medications, melatonin is our first line medication in most cases. And then there are others like clonidine, guanfacine, trazodone, quetiapine, and many others that are often used in really intractable cases of sleep problems. There's a high variability of the treatment effect. There's little data on what actually works. And patients may be on multiple medications or none may work, but their sleep problems may persist. Behavioral problems are also a very significant issue in Angelman syndrome with an impact on quality of life. And so the kinds of behaviors that we're treating may be aggression, anxiety, impulsivity, hyperactivity, and inappropriate hypersocial behavior. The medication that one chooses to try to treat these is based on the behavior and is usually a medication that's being used off-label because it's approved for some kind of condition that has an overlap in the behavioral symptoms. So this may include alpha agonists, buspirone, SSRIs, antipsychotics, sometimes stimulants. Again, high variability of treatment effect, and we virtually never resolve the behavior. It just takes the edge off of some of these behaviors when they are really getting in the way of quality of life, or even when these behaviors are dangerous. Patients may be on multiple medications, or again, none may work. We have issues with tremor or non-epileptic myoclonus. This may not interfere with life, and so then we just observe it. But if the episodes of non-epileptic myoclonus or tremor are limiting function, we have a range of medications we can use, and there's very little data on how effective any of these are. GI issues are extremely common in Angelman syndrome. Early on, we may have to use feeding therapy for feeding problems, and then as patients get older, food limitation for hyperphagia, antacids like proton pump inhibitors for gastroesophageal reflux and eosinophilic esophagitis, or laxatives, dietary management, PRN suppositories, and enemas for constipation, which is the most common GI problem in Angelman syndrome. Scoliosis requires monitoring, but at times bracing and even surgery for fusion if the scoliosis becomes severe. Strabismus requires patching and glasses or surgery. And frequent otitis media, often in young children with Angelman syndrome, requires antibiotics and tube placement, and sometimes tonsillectomy, adenoidectomy. So this is, again, data from the natural history study plotted by genotype that is tracking the number of medications an Angelman patient was taking at their most recent visit. So there's some who aren't taking any medications, but many patients are taking multiple medications for all these various problems, up to even 18 medications in a few patients. And so the non-deletion patients, actually, there are less of them, and they're taking about the same number of general medications, even though they tend to have less anticonvulsants. If one looks by age, early on, there may be more patients. The 1 to 3-year-olds here in blue are taking less medications. They're more frequently taking 0 medications. Whereas as the patients get older, they add on these medications to manage multiple types of problems. So by the time patients are 4 to 12 in green or 18 to 40 in yellow, they're often taking multiple medications. And then this is a graph of the percent from natural history of patients taking a medication for a certain kind of symptom. So constipation, about 35 to 40%, depending on deletion or non-deletion, are taking medication for that. About 20% for gastroesophageal reflux, about 10% for mood and behavior. And then for seizures, about 70% of deletion patients and 40% of non-deletion patients, and about 50% of patients for sleep. So use of medications for treatment of comorbid problems in Angelman syndrome is very common, and often there are multiple different ways of trying to manage all these symptoms. Now I'm going to switch and talk about treatment of the core problems in Angelman syndrome. These problems occur in all individuals with Angelman syndrome, and include most prominently speech delays and communication problems, which are the biggest problem in Angelman syndrome. And these are treated with supportive strategies of speech therapy, alternative augmentative communication devices, sign language, therapy intensives. And then the motor delays and ataxia or apraxia, which are also substantial problems, are treated with physical and occupational therapy, leg bracing with AFOs or SMOs, shoe inserts, gait trainers, walkers, therapy intensive. And you can imagine all of the effort that's put into all of these therapies. Cognitive and attention deficits with special education programs, one-on-one aids at school, intensive school supports. And really, these patients need full-time supervision 24/7 with help with their ADLs, including toileting. And when they become adults, they need an adult placement with a one-on-one assistant full-time, which often means that they don't get an adult placement because these kinds of placements don't exist. And then again, from natural history, these are the number of therapies or interventions patients were receiving at the most recent visit. And so there are very few there's a small percent that are getting nothing, often the older patients, but many patients are getting, really a peak of 3 and up to 8 different kinds of therapy to try to help manage their problems and improve their developmental functioning. And if we look at interventions in a little bit different way, how often are patients getting different types of interventions? There's a very large percentage of patients that are getting speech occupational therapy and physical therapy at school, as well as outside of school, and many other kinds of therapies. And there does tend to be, we can see that as patients get older, in the yellow and the black, there tends to be a shift towards less therapies. And often patients are receiving many therapies as young children, but then there's a loss of access to therapies as the patients get older. So we're putting a huge energy into the supportive care to try to maximize the person's abilities in life. But even with all of what we're doing, the developmental rate in Angelman syndrome is excruciatingly slow. And the Angelman syndrome adult is typically fully dependent for activities of daily living, self-care, and cannot support themselves, and needs one-on-one care 24/7. And this is the Bailey from natural history that shows these flat curves after age 2, but certainly age 4, many of these curves are flat with not much developmental gain after that. And this outcome means that we aren't successfully targeting the patients with the strategies that we have to try to treat their development. And there's a huge unmet need for substantially better treatment for Angelman syndrome, which can likely only be accomplished by treating the underlying disorder. So we do have this great natural history in Angelman syndrome, and I've shown you some of the data that we have from that. This has been collected for 15 years with NIH, FDA, and consortium funding, and has given us developmental trajectories and milestones, like the one I just showed you from the Bailey, for different genetic subtypes of Angelman syndrome to use for comparison in current trials. It's given us an understanding of symptoms and manifestations of disease across age and how different potential endpoints might work to measure these. And it's given us an EEG biomarker of delta power, which very nicely correlates with cognition on the Bailey in Angelman syndrome. This has allowed outcomes choice, informed trial design for early trials, and provided control comparators to give an indication of efficacy in early trials, and has motivated that has then motivated phase 3 trials. So this is highly valuable in terms of future medication development. So what's the current landscape of trials in Angelman syndrome? Trials in Angelman syndrome are currently directed at a disease mechanism as opposed to being just a supportive treatment. They activate the paternal UBE3A gene, which is normally silenced, replace the maternal UBE3A gene, and then could enhance synaptic plasticity or synaptic functioning downstream from UBE3A. There have been a number of antisense oligonucleotide trials where one takes an antisense oligonucleotide and binds it to this antisense transcript, which is blocking the paternal UBE3A gene, and then this makes double-stranded RNA and is degraded and essentially allows UBE3A to be made off the paternal gene. And so there are currently multiple late-stage trials ongoing or planned based on positive results on the EEG, delta power biomarker, and developmental skills that have been seen in early phase trials. And in the upcoming years, we have a number of clinical trials that will be initiated with additional strategies for treating Angelman syndrome, including a CRISPR-based strategy with a novel non-viral delivery of editing reagents to edit antisense UBE3A, resulting in degradation of UBE3A antisense RNA and activation of the paternal gene with a one-time treatment. And this is being funded by a bench-to-bedside grant from NIH. There's an AAV9-based UBE3A gene therapy to replace the maternal gene that will be initiated in a trial in the upcoming year. And there's a small molecule growth hormone analog thought to enhance synaptic plasticity downstream of UBE3A that might be helpful in combination with some of the genetic strategies. So there is hope that we will be able to do better for Angelman syndrome based on these upcoming genetic treatments, and that we will be better able to meet the needs in multiple domains of function that we are not currently fully meeting and that we are not doing all that well with right now. And so I look forward to hearing from the patients and caregivers about the treatment landscape, and I'll throw it back to the studio now.
Thank you, Dr. Barry Kravis. Very nice discussion of hope for the future and concrete elements of hope. When we talk about treatments, we really intend that in the broadest sense. So this means medicines and medical devices, but we're also talking about an even broader range of things such as physical therapy. We're interested in hearing about what you currently do or have previously done to help make your loved one's life a little easier. We want to hear about how well those treatments address the most significant symptoms of Angelman syndrome, such as the ones we heard about this morning. In addition, we want to hear about how well, or perhaps how not so well, some of these treatments work. And we also want to explore some of the most significant downsides of these different treatment approaches and how those downsides affect daily life. That can include anything from side effects of drug treatments or the burden of needing to undertake a certain treatment approach or regimen. Anything that you would view as a downside or complication, we want to hear about. Once we've explored this range of different current therapies that you have available, we're going to look then towards the future. While we would all like to see a complete cure for Angelman syndrome, short of that, we want to know what specific things you would look for in future treatments that would be highly desirable. To help us kick off this discussion on current and future approaches to treatment, it's my pleasure to introduce members of our second panel of the day, Taylor, Tyler, Julie, Deborah, and David.
My name is Taylor Gathers. I live in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I am the mother of Marley, my 9-year-old daughter diagnosed with Angelman Syndrome deletion genotype in August of 2016. Currently, Marley's primary symptoms include seizures, ADHD, and behavioral challenges. To manage these, she takes anti-seizure medication twice a day, which she has been on for the past 5 years. Her seizures began in June of 2016 as febrile seizures and later evolved into random seizures attributed to her AS diagnosis. When breakthrough seizures occur, her dosage is temporarily increased from 3 milliliters to 6 milliliters per dose. Unfortunately, managing her seizures has been challenging as she has needed to switch medications twice due to side effects like increased irritability and negative behaviors. Additionally, Marley takes medication for ADHD. She struggles to focus, particularly in school, which can lead to heightened aggressive behaviors. Because Marley is nonverbal, she cannot verbally communicate her distress or sensory overload. Instead, she physically expresses herself through hair pulling, pinching, and clawing. Despite this, the ADHD medication has not shown significant improvement in her focus. We are hesitant to increase her dosage due to the potential side effects of her inability to communicate adverse reactions effectively. At home, we have implemented several modifications for Marley's safety and comfort. For example, Marley has restricted access. Marley cannot freely access the pantry or refrigerator because she tends to overeat. Bathrooms are also childproof due to her love of water and lack of awareness of its dangers. Marley has a safety bed. Marley uses this specialized bed to prevent nighttime eloping and allow us to monitor her via camera for seizures. Despite these precautions, her restricted environment often frustrates her, which she expresses through increased aggression towards her parents and 2 younger siblings. The anti-seizure medications have been moderately effective in reducing the frequency and severity of Marley's seizures. However, any progress can feel fragile. For example, even when she meets the clinical criteria for weaning off the medication, a seizure can set us back. Her ADHD medication, on the other hand, has shown little improvement in her symptoms and does not adequately address her focus or behavior challenges. The most significant downsides of Marley's treatments include side effects like the past anti-seizure medications cause irritability and behavioral issues requiring medication changes. Her nonverbal limitations, the inability to articulate side effects or discomfort makes managing her treatments more challenging and increases the emotional strain on our family. And then the physical and emotional toll. The medication and a restrictive home environment are essential for Marley's safety, but they limit her independence and often leave her feeling frustrated. Her aggressive behaviors, though unintentional, can be physically and emotionally draining for her and our family. Short of a complete cure, an ideal treatment for Marley would be preventing or significantly reducing seizures without the need for long-term medication, addressing her ADHD symptoms to improve focus and reduce aggression, ideally without the severe side effects, and enhance her ability to communicate, either through technology or other therapies, to help her express discomfort, sensory overload, or emotional needs more effectively, and then allowing Marley greater independence by reducing the need for constant supervision and restrictive home modifications. If I could wave a magic wand today and grant Marley the ability to communicate how she is feeling, even in the simplest way, I absolutely would. A small improvement in her ability to express herself, such as effectively utilizing an AAC device or activating a switch to say yes or no, would profoundly impact her daily life and our ability to support her. Understanding Marley's needs and emotions would unlock opportunities for us to provide better care and reduce her frustration, ultimately enhancing her quality of life. For example, Marley is not toilet trained, and every night she poops in her pull-ups. I truly believe that if Marley could communicate the need to use the potty, it would make her feel more comfortable, dignified, and independent. If a new treatment could create a small improvement in her ability to communicate, whether through a device or a switch, it would be life-changing. Communication is foundational to her emotional well-being, daily functioning, and her ability to participate more fully in her world. For us as a family, it would mean fewer moments of helplessness and more opportunities to truly connect with Marley. While we consider any new treatment with the potential to improve Marley's condition, communication would be the most critical area to target for us. Even small advancements in this area would create meaningful, far-reaching changes for Marley and our family. Living with Angelman syndrome is a constant balancing act. We are grateful for the treatment and tools available, but they fall short of giving Marley the quality of life she deserves. We hope for future treatments that not only address Marley's symptoms of AS more effectively, but also empower children like Marley to live fuller and more independent lives.
Hello, my name is Tyler Jackson, and I live in Kittery, Maine. Our son Olin is 7 years old, and he lives with Angelman syndrome. Olin's had many challenges from his first breath. We began early intervention at 4 months old and have continued intensive PT, OT, and speech multiple times a week to give him his best chance to improve his independence in life. After a year of struggling to help him, we paid to have genetic testing conducted yielding a diagnosis of AS at 14 months old and giving our family many questions answered. We're fortunate to be near Boston with access to specialized AS care and clinical initiatives, and at the recommendation of his doctors, we immediately changed his diet to ketogenic in hopes to mitigate seizures by regulating his blood sugar. While we know it helps, it did not prevent seizures, and we began treating Olin with anti-seizure medications after his first major episode, a seizure lasting 45 minutes at the age of 2. We've been on many different anti-seizure medications since then, typically 2 to 3 at the same time, continuously trying to find the right balance for Olin's body. In addition to seizures, Olin suffers from extreme reflux, constipation, sleep deprivation, and is on medication for all these ailments. He struggles with skin rashes from inflammation and is placed on steroids to help reduce that inflammation of his skin. He also takes sleep medications, which without he will only sleep for 2 to 3 hours at a time. This insane regimen of drugs and strict diet has never held Olin seizure-free, but has given him more stability day to day. His inability to communicate how he feels, what hurts, and what he needs creates significant challenges in carrying his care and medications effectively. We often feel we're using one drug to treat seizures and then chasing the side effects of that drug with more drugs. A crazy experiment, leaving you frustrated with poor results, side effects, and ultimately a sick child. When healthy and meds are working, Olin does improve and make gains on his individual goals, but is always susceptible to a setback from illness or psychological change. When he isn't sleeping due to AS, medications, or sickness, all other side effects such as skin irritation, constipation, etc. increase and make his seizure tolerance lower. As he grows larger and still struggles to walk independently, simple things like going to bed or toileting become increasingly difficult and dangerous as caregivers charged with moving a 70-pound kid around to do anything. The promise of meaningful future treatments and the fast-paced amazing science which backs them causes us to reflect on what would make the most difference to our family and our son. Continuously come back to speech being the largest single thing that we would wish to cure. For Olin to have the ability to communicate what he needs, feels, would be truly life-changing, and as caregivers, reducing the constant guesswork, frustration, and fatigue from trying to do the best for your child without any of your child's input. Beyond speech, mobility would be the next largest help as caregivers, and to Olin's own quality of life and safety. The risk level for us as a family considering some of these life-changing sciences that we hope to see clinically would be very high. Our family struggled to make the mundane activities of basic life happen for our AS family members. The thought of having slight significant gains for them and ourselves would truly change the trajectory of everyday life. Our risk to reward level is high but calculated, And if the trial that we were facing had the promise of major changes for our children, we would be the first in line. When given the Angelman diagnosis, your dreams for your child and your family are crushed. Your mind and heart hurt, and all you want to do is help your child and find a way to make your family's daily routine more routine. To hear your child tell you that they love you, to watch them walk down the street, to have them sleep for 8 hours, to not worry about a seizure or medications that they need. These are all the major factors that drive us to find a cure. Any or all of these would be game changers. If given an opportunity to be a part of any of these trials, we would take the chance to try to help our child. Thank you very much.
My name is Julie Renner, and I live in Central Ohio with my husband and 3 children. My youngest child, Sophia, lives with deletion-positive Angelman syndrome. She will be 3 years old on February 7th. We suspected Sophia had AS when she was 7 months old. Genetic testing confirmed the diagnosis at 11 months. Upon diagnosis, we were told that therapies were her only form of treatment. Sophia has been formally participating in physical, occupational, and speech therapy since she was 9 months old. She was able to take her first independent steps at 22 months after roughly 500 hours of physical therapy. She is able to walk, for which we are grateful, but her gait is wide stance, ataxic, with flexed arms at mid-guard. She experiences frequent falls and has difficulty slowing her velocity. She cannot run, jump, or kick a ball as would be expected for her age. She has participated in feeding therapy for over 1 year for an oral phase dysphagia. She completed an intensive feeding therapy program which consisted of working with a speech therapist and food psychologist for 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, for 7 weeks total. By the end of this program, she demonstrated an emerging skill to chew soft foods, improved her ability to swallow food safely, and was able to transition to modified straw drinking. Sophia has difficulty communicating her needs, despite participating in speech therapy for the last 18 months. She does not speak words, has poor fine motor control which does not allow for the ability to sign, and has difficulty isolating her pointer finger to hit a button on her AAC device to accurately communicate. When Sophia cannot communicate her needs, she becomes vocal and engages in maladaptive behaviors such as biting, hair pulling, and kicking. It has become very apparent that Sophia's deficits cannot be therapied away, despite all of the hours she has spent in provider offices or at home practicing these skills. Her short life has been consumed with medical therapies and doctor's appointments rather than being a child, and I have spent more hours being her therapist and medical provider rather than being her mother. Additional treatments for Sophia include her anti-epileptic and a vitamin to counter her increased maladaptive behaviors that are secondary to her anti-epileptic. Sophia experiences disrupted sleep and an overall decreased need for sleep. We treat this through a consistent daily routine, sleep training, and sleep hygiene methods. These techniques are not effective on the days I work where I've been away from her for hours. They also do not work when we stay away from the home overnight, where she will stay awake through the night and has experienced breakthrough seizures from lack of sleep. A meaningful treatment for Sophia would include a drug that could increase her attention span so that the therapies that she participates in would be more effective. Something that would improve her communication through more accurate use of her AAC device or improve her fine motor control so that she could use sign language would allow for her to communicate her needs and also help her to build friendships for which she seeks out. A drug that would improve her sleep, in turn reducing her risk of breakthrough seizures, improve her opportunity to consolidate memory, and to allow others in the home to get a full night's sleep would be hugely impactful. A meaningful treatment would give Sophia some safety awareness not to run out into the street, touch a hot stove, submerge her head in bath water without holding her breath, or walk downstairs without assistance. Small steps towards toileting, learning to get dressed, and feed herself would give her some independence and agency, while also lifting the burden of caregiving not only for my husband and I, but also for her 2 older brothers should Sophia outlive her parents. When Sophia was born, I was prepared to provide her with the opportunities I never had as a child. I can't even do that for her as she struggles with having her basic needs met. A treatment that would allow her to communicate and accomplish basic, independent life skills would give her life a whole new meaning.
My name is Debbie, mom of Jacob, who is now 23 years old and diagnosed with Angelman syndrome. We live in Houston, Texas, and fortunate to have access to exceptional clinical care and research innovation. Jacob's first days of life proved challenging and persisted with medical issues and surgical intervention within his first month of life. Without knowing any diagnosis, Jacob required medical and therapeutic intervention to grow and develop. At the age of 18 months, Jacob was diagnosed with Angelman syndrome caused by a spontaneous deletion on the 15th gene. Despite the devastating diagnosis, our family set out to help Jacob be the best that he could be with immediate, intense physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and behavioral management to help him eat, sleep, grow, and develop. For his first 6 years of life, Jacobs participated in intense therapy 5 days a week, layered with horseback riding therapy, music therapy, and listening therapy to help immerse him into daily living with the sensory overload. His seizure started at the age of 2.5 with a periseizure, which paralyzed his whole left side of his body, of which he lives with some residual impact to this day. Needless to say, he has been on a minimum of 3 to 5 seizure medications for the last 21 years. In addition, our children struggle with sleep as Angelman syndrome causes sleep disturbances. All of the tools and guidance experts give for new parents to manage sleep does not impact our children. While a vitamin like melatonin may help for a couple of years, after 5 to 6 years of interrupted sleep every night, prescribed medication is necessary. No parent wants to keep adding medication, but you learn quickly that with good sleep, our children have a better shot at learning and managing their seizures. In Jacob's later years, anxiety became a major issue, whether getting on a plane, visiting the ocean, leaving the house, or doing activities that he once loved in an early age. Something flipped as the years went on, and he became very anxious. Again, with the behavioral management and intervention, medication has been prescribed for Jacob to experience the world and continue to live, learn, and laugh. As Jacob's parents and greatest advocates, we choose to focus on and celebrate all the things Jacob is able to do and how he has accomplished so much with all of his challenges. The reality is that we are faced with our children being dependent their entire life and need help with all daily functions: dressing, going to the bathroom, personal hygiene, eating, and caring for oneself. They will always be on medication with the constant headache of doctor's appointments, diagnostic exams such as countless EEGs, physical therapy, occupational therapy, and trips to the pharmacy. My son is aged out of the school system, and the reality is that private funding is not an option to continue learning and developing. And where those are options, regardless of the ability with insurance, there are no programs available. It is simple. The clinical trials today offer more than hope for all children and adults living with this disorder. They offer our children real sleep for the first time in their life and eliminate or seriously reduce seizure activity in the brain. We know both of these factors play a significant role in their daily well-being. The clinical trials today are proving to reduce the ataxia movements. This allows our children and adults to control their center of gravity and maintain balance necessary to control walking independently, climbing up and down stairs, feeding themselves, and learning other new skills to live more independently. With the ability to communicate in any form, sign language, communication device, pointing to pictures, the ability to take part in activities with greater fine motor control, and developing relationships to integrate into a work community, allow our adults to give back to society and make a difference. We also know that with the reduction of seizures, improved sleep, and behavior modulation, there is hope for the continued cost of medical management. Our whole goal for the last 23 years of Jacob's life is to truly make him the best that he can be and find any therapeutic intervention or cure to help him navigate the world and be as independent as possible. Short of a complete cure, sleep improvement, improved fine and gross motor control, amplified receptive and verbal communication, along with the enhanced ability for independent living is significant. Do not underestimate the significance of sleep and minimization and elimination of seizures. I ask that you give serious consideration to the trials and phase 3 outcomes and weigh parent testimony heavily, as our children cannot possibly demonstrate the significant impact in one video or a battery of tests or wearable devices, regardless of how far technology has come. Please recognize the majority of families do not have the financial strength to pay out of pocket for the necessary therapies required 5 to 7 days a week that commercial insurance and certainly Medicaid will not pay. Simply said, my son did not walk until the age of 6 without the intense intervention above and beyond commercial insurance. The same holds true even in his 20s. Any therapy offering children with Angelman syndrome a faster path to any independence is a win.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is David, and I'm a teacher from Frederick, Maryland, about an hour north of here. More importantly, I'm a father. My wife and I are parents to Chandler, an amazing 9-year-old boy who lives with Angelman syndrome. Specifically, he has a rare mutation form caused by a single letter misspelled in his genome. Our days are filled with a management routine that can include everything from anti-seizure medications, whose side effects can be as limiting as the condition itself, to traveling long distances for speech, behavioral, physical, occupational therapy. It's ironic. While other kids head off to soccer practice or dance class, Chandler is hustling to back-to-back therapy appointments, often competing for scarce appointment slots. And if we do secure a spot, it can mean a half-day trip just so he can work on everyday tasks, like saying simple words or trying to improve his motor skills. One of his medicines can cause motion sickness, so that makes trips to therapy all the more difficult. Yet despite these challenges, Chandler is so much more than his diagnosis. He's a bright, compassionate boy with a sparkle in his eyes, a sparkle that shows just how much he understands the world around him. But it makes his struggles to communicate and control his body all the more heartbreaking. He can perceive everything, he just can't always respond the way he wants to. You'll see that sparkle in his eyes, but if you spend enough time with him, you'll also see this truth. Chandler is a prisoner in his own body. His brain is too active to relax. It's too active to break out of repetitive movements or sounds. It's too active to stop him from hitting his twin brother, even though you can see in his eyes the desperation to stop. While we do our best with available therapies, there simply aren't enough effective treatment options to calm those unwanted actions. At school, Chandler is trying so hard to learn how to go to the bathroom on his own. But consider how many muscles you have to relax just to urinate. His brain won't let him do that consistently. A small advance, like a medication or a therapy that helped him gain a little more control, that would be life-changing. It would help normalize his activities of daily living, from using the restroom to sitting still long enough to try to learn and solve problems. Science knows exactly what causes Angelman syndrome. We understand the specific malfunction that holds Chandler and thousands of others captive. We also know that research is progressing towards therapies that can tackle the root cause or at least offer some downstream support. Even what might appear to be a minor improvement to an outsider could dramatically shift his reality and ours. Let me share a moment from our family dinner table. Chandler tries to pick up a piece of food with a fork. He's done it before, still inconsistently. But it's always a fight against his own body. I have to hover close by, ready to guide his hand or catch a twitch that's going to send food flying. Most families, they talk about the day's events at dinner. We're locked in a non-stop battle of me cleaning up and him struggling to eat. He wants to be part of the conversation. He wants to be part of our family's daily banter. But all of his energy is poured into this physical act of eating that it becomes purely transactional. I think about how different our life could be if Chandler could do something that most parents take for granted, like self-feeding, without a constant struggle. Small to many, but enormous to us. If there were even a slight improvement in his independence, we could adjust our childcare needs, maybe keep a nanny, maybe spend more time with his twin brother, or even as a family go out to a restaurant. For us, these changes are massive. They would transform our daily routine. Chandler currently spends countless hours in therapy every week, far exceeding the amount of time his brother spends on playdates or extracurricular activities, is a full-time job for us, one that we willingly undertake, but one that exacts a heavy emotional and financial toll. If a new treatment offered a small benefit, improvements in cognition, communication, or motor function, that would mean a huge step forward in giving him autonomy and reducing our family's stress and anxiety. The biggest risk, I think, would be to do nothing at all. New therapies might come with uncertainties, but the cost of waiting, of letting Chandler stay trapped in a condition we already understand, feels far greater to us. Even a tiny boost in his cognitive abilities could help him to communicate better, to solve problems, and to stay safe. Families like mine live in a delicate balance of hope and frustration. Hope for the scientific advances that we know are possible, but frustration that the pace of progress doesn't match the urgency of our daily challenges. This is about more than medical charts and endpoints. It's about giving Chandler, a brave and bright 9-year-old, a real chance at experiencing life in a way that's meaningful and less burdensome. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to support advancements for individuals with Angelman syndrome. A change that seems small to a family with a typically developing child could be transformative for Chandler and for families like ours, turning our everyday existence from something transactional to something truly interactive. We're counting on your commitment to make these advances and possibilities a reality.
Thank you, Taylor, Tyler, Julie, Deborah, and David for sharing your experiences today. Once again, our panelists have done an exceptional job setting the stage for discussing current and future treatments for Angelman syndrome. Hearing your experiences gives us such important insight into what is and is not working about current treatments. It's also a reminder to us of the fact that since this is not a neurodegenerative disease, these children become adults who have a natural lifespan, and therefore solving these problems has significant impact long term. Now, Ryan and I are going to broaden our discussion with you, the members of the audience. We'll start with one polling question. If you were with us in the morning session, you can go back to that same web page or pull out your phone or open a new window in your web browser and go to pollev.com/Angelman. That's POLLEV.com/ANGELMAN. If you just joined us and are a parent or caregiver of someone with Angelman syndrome, you can participate on your phone or computer to answer these questions in real time. As a reminder, please only submit one polling response per person with Angelman syndrome. If two caregivers are here on behalf of one loved one with Angelman syndrome, only one of them should respond. If they are representing two loved ones with Angelman syndrome, they can both respond on behalf of one person living with Angelman syndrome. So as you see on your screen, has your loved one ever taken or received any of the following to manage the symptoms of Angelman syndrome? Select all that may apply. A, anti-seizure medicine. B, medications to manage gastrointestinal problems such as constipation. C, ketogenic diet. D, physical therapy. E, occupational therapy. F, speech therapy. G, medications to manage behavior. H, medications to manage sleep issues. I, sleep schedule or special needs safety bed. J, orthotics. K, gait trainers. L, scoliosis surgery. And we should have put in M, all of the above.
Yes.
So as you see, there's an incredible number of what we presume would be combination therapies.
Yeah, and remember you can check all that apply. We're seeing a broad array here of known medical tools essentially utilized from what are the current care guidelines to manage symptoms, much of which was discussed prior to this by Dr. Liz Berry-Kravis. We see physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy rising high on that list.
Now, it'd be interesting to look at the sequence of how that happens in children as they become adults and what kind of migration of service needs there are.
Absolutely, and medications and treatments and things like this change over time with age, and we know that. So we have some that may be or have utilized many of these and some less so, but we know over time things may change.
I think one of the things we heard from Dr. Berry-Kravis, which was of concern, is that as Angelman syndrome individuals age, they tend to take less medications, but not because they don't need them. They have lost access to it.
That's right.
So that's one factor that can certainly be addressed in a policy sense, we would hope.
Absolutely. And then when it comes to anti-seizure medications, we know that there are many that try one or try a combination, and there's different switches over time.
It does look like there's a lower percentage requiring corrective surgery for spinal abnormalities, and that's good news for the community overall.
Absolutely.
So as we look at this, this lays the groundwork for our next step of discussion. So I would like to welcome on Zoom another group of family members and caregivers of people living with Angelman syndrome who are going to be sharing some of their perspectives and experiences. So welcome to Anna, Nicole, Derek, Jonna, Terry Jo, and Chick. Thank you all for joining us, and in just a moment I will direct some things as Ryan will to you as individuals. But for the audience in general, for parents and caregivers, if you'd like to share something about treatment approaches to Angelman syndrome, we encourage you to call in or submit written comments. And that phone number is 703-844-3231. Again, you can call in now at 703-844-3231. You can also submit written comments on the same web page where you're watching this live stream. Just scroll down to the bottom of the page where you'll find a comment box that you can fill out. And if we can bring up our panelists. So I think what we've seen is both the panelists' comments that we have already heard, and our polling suggests a great deal that there's a great deal of unmet need. And let's start that part of discussion by hearing a little more about your family experiences with the effectiveness of current symptom treatments, and for those with older loved ones, how these may have changed over time. So we'll begin. Anna, can I ask you to start for us, please?
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna, and I'm calling from Orlando, Florida. I have a son who's 15 years old. His name is Aaron. When Aaron was born, he was our fourth child. So we were older and more experienced parents by the time when we met Aaron. But we noticed right away differences in his development. He didn't have oral coordination to breastfeed, so it was very difficult to breastfeed him. And then we switched to the bottle, and even that proved very, very difficult. Then came sleep. He didn't sleep and cry for a very long time. But at the time, even with my husband, who's a pediatrician with many years of experience, we were puzzled. We didn't know what could be wrong with Aaron. When he started missing milestones by the age of 6 months, 8 months, we brought him to developmental pediatrician who suggested starts in various therapies. Like everybody else who mentioned physical therapy, occupational, speech, we were in the same boat trying to explore how we can help Aaron develop and catch up. But by the age of 12 months, somebody like a developmental pediatrician suggested to do genetic testing, so we got a diagnosis of Angelman syndrome. At the time of diagnosis, we quickly realized that there is no specific medications currently for Angelman syndrome, 15 years ago and right now on the market. So we were just left of treating different symptoms that Aaron was experiencing. He was diagnosed with reflux, so he started taking reflux medications. Then constipation, so we tried to correct it with the diet and also medications. Just like other children with the deletion genotype of Angelman syndrome, Aaron started experiencing seizures about age of 3. So we started anti-epileptic medications that also required different dosages. We saw different side effects. So it was very hard for us to find that balance in seizure control. In the meanwhile, Aaron's development was going very, very slowly. He started finally walking, but his quality of life was not what we want him to be because he craves connection, he craves communication, and that was the most difficult areas then and right now. Even 15 years later, with all the therapies and all the medications that Aaron has received over the years, we wish he could communicate better, and we wish that his cognitive ability would be a little bit better. Even we could see a little improvement in any of those areas, it would be huge for us. If we could teach Aaron how to use the restroom independently, if he could self-feed, if he could sleep through the night without requiring a lot of medications, all of those would be huge for us and for Aaron and for us as a family. So we could function, we could spend time with our older children as a family, so we could travel. And for Aaron, so his quality of life would be more in line with other teenagers because he's just a 15-year-old boy who craves connection like everybody else.
Very insightful. Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it speaks a lot to the current limitations of the, current medical tools that are being applied for families and being recommended. Tim?
Yeah, it's unfortunate there can't be more customized approaches since each individual seems to have unique combination of needs and the opportunity to be able to address them more effectively. So as we talk through this, we've had several comments that I'll read back from online individuals, both on treatment successes and treatment failures and downsides. On the treatment successes, Melissa of Cumming, Georgia says, anti-epileptic drugs have somewhat helped control her seizures. There are no medications to help her balance issues, which greatly affects her daily life. And Allison of New York says, existing medicines are currently used in Angelman's, add very little to modification of this disease outside of anti-epileptics for our daughter. The rest are more nutraceuticals, vitamins, and supplements for constipation, and nothing she is on actually helps the global impact of Angelman syndrome. So that's a mixed success, I guess you could say. And on the failure side, Allison of Forney, Texas says, we haven't had consistent success with sleep medications, and without better sleep, everything else seems even harder. Learning, behavior, energy. And Denise from Orlando, Florida relates that intractable seizures and non-epileptic tremors and spasms that can last hours and days unless we use significant diazepam, which in turn makes her develop a high tolerance, needing even more medicine more frequently. So those are things that certainly raise concerns about the adequacy of current symptomatic treatments even, let alone getting on to our future treatments, which we will in a bit.
Absolutely. I'd love to hear from other panelists in regards to this question about current medical interventions. Terry Jo, perhaps, if you'd like to comment on this. You have an older son, so would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Should I give my little intro about my son
Please.
first?
Sure.
Okay. My name is Terry Jo Bichelle. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. Like Ryan said, I have a son, Lou, who's 26 years old. He's deletion positive. Today is the day that Lou's moving into supportive housing. It's a big and scary day for our family. My husband, my mother, Lou's sisters, our caregivers, everyone, we have spent his whole life getting ready for this. And the last month, getting every detail ready for him to stay there this week. We've been trying to make it safe and comfortable, both for him and the caregivers who will need to be with him 24/7. If all goes well, he'll be staying there 4 days a week and then eventually full time, hopefully before my husband and I are too old to handle him. Lou doesn't have severe medical needs, and his seizures have been under control for more than 20 years, but he still requires 24-hour supervision no matter what. He needs help with every single activity of daily living except feeding himself, which he is very good at, as well as grabbing everyone else's food. He needs help with toileting, shaving, bathing, brushing his teeth, dressing, and even walking. As an adult, he developed a type of dystonia similar to what's seen in Parkinson's syndrome. And when he's startled, he freezes and falls, and he can't extend his arms to catch himself. So he can get hurt really badly if someone isn't standing right next to him at all times. By the way, we've tried several medications for that, and absolutely nothing has worked. At 26 years old, Lou still doesn't sleep through the night. So he sleeps in an enclosed bed so he won't wander around at night and then fall and get hurt or get into something dangerous. So as I think about the rest of Lou's life, I worry about new symptoms developing, like the dystonia, or about losing skills. If there were a treatment that would just keep him stable, not regressing, that would be hugely meaningful for our family. Right now, there isn't one. His seizure meds keep his seizures at bay, but all of his motor skills and daily living skills are not helped by any current medications.
Thank you for that. And, you know, it's sobering how the collateral effect on families from every one of these symptoms demands some kind of management intervention. So thank you for that. We have some additional online comments. Here's Lexi from Chalfont, Pennsylvania. Our daughter is on 2 frontline medications for seizures. Having seizure control is huge. It would help her cognition, learning new skills, and being less of a risk for falls. Currently, she lost seizure control after having an illness. We're working to increase and change medications to regain that control. And Nabia from California says, physical therapy services have helped my child to at least walk with support and to stand with support. Before his therapy began, his legs used to be very wobbly. And then for some additional comments, Emily from Arden Hills, Minnesota says, we were prescribed a low-risk seizure medication, and after months of escalating number of seizures, we were able to determine the medication was actually making the seizures worse. This was a very scary place to be in. Seizure medications can be very hard to figure out and find successful doses and combinations. And clearly that's something that calls into discussion. Combination treatments and intermixing of medicines can sometimes have contrary effects to what we'd hope. Can I ask other members of the Zoom panel if they have additional comments on this, the upsides and downsides of current therapies and things that were either success stories or frustrations? Or I may have an additional comment here from Sue of Lexington, Mass. Even if a treatment helps her walk a little more steadily, or use her hands a little bit better, or helps her GI problems a little bit, or helps her communicate a little better, it would have been an enormously positive impact on her life and ours. It would help her to be more independent. And As we wait for the caller to be brought in, we have Ruby from Texas who relates sleep and communication are two vital areas that are needed to improve daily functioning living for our children with Angelman syndrome. Communication would ease the feeling of anxiety for the individual and for those who care for them. Again, all seemingly trapped by that communication barrier, and makes for difficult treatment management or day-to-day management.
Absolutely, absolutely. It definitely is for so many families trying to find what works and trying to navigate through several different doctors. I know many that have to travel clinic to clinic to really find a medical home almost of someone who will listen, and there be some shared decision making about what might work, what they're willing to try. But it can be very tricky.
That it can indeed. Caroline of the UK says, my greatest wish is that my daughter had the cognitive ability for at least a 7-year-old. She would then be able to understand so much, to learn, to communicate through AAC. So again, small changes having dramatic effect for individuals and families.
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure I give play to all of folks who have been so kind to contribute.
And just a reminder for those to call in, the phone number is 703-844-3231. We will be able to get you in queue and be able to have you on the line to comment about this question. Nicole, would you mind commenting as it relates to the question of current medications and treatments in your experience?
Thank you. My name is Nicole, and I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia. My husband and I have a 9-year-old son, Anderson, who has Angelman syndrome. He has a mutation. I'm a mom of a child with Angelman's as well as a physician. I can tell you it has been very difficult being on this side of medicine. Our lives with Angelman has been very different from what we would have expected when we welcome Anderson and his sister to this world into our family. And like so many others have mentioned, sleep has been a big factor. Communication has been a big factor, as well as seizures. First of all, in terms of sleep, Anderson did not sleep as a baby. And this has gotten better over the years with the addition of initially trying sleep training, which didn't work, followed by melatonin, which did not work. And now we're on prescription medicines. And so we found ourselves increasing the dose of sleep medicines in a child who's getting bigger. And as we look to the future, the question will become, at what point in time are we trading off medicines to help him sleep versus looking at the side effects? And at this point, he's sleeping well. Thank you. Knock on wood for that. But at the same time, we know, as so many others have alluded to, that it becomes a dance as things trade off with one another as they get older. The other concern for us is seizures. He's currently on 3 medicines for seizures. And we found ourselves with fairly stable control, but there are breakthrough seizures because, as we know, the medicines, they're good for seizure control in general. But given the prevalence of seizure disorder in Angelman's, we don't know for sure that if there cannot be better options that are geared specifically for the children with Angelman's. And so a more targeted approach in terms of medicines that will treat their seizures. The other big concern, and I think this is the one that is the most important, is the ability to communicate. They're not able to communicate effectively. And Anderson could give us a few words. There's mama, and there are a few of his other favorite things like bubble. But at the same time, basic needs, we are not able to adequately meet his basic needs through him verbally communicating. We take for granted our ability to speak and use our words on a daily basis. But with someone with Angelman's, that is not something that they're able to do. And it becomes a very frustrating process for them. And we see that frustration. He wants to play with others. He wants to be friends with others. He wants to communicate with others and go on play dates and be part of activities. But he's limited by his communication. And so, yes, he has an AAC device. But like so many of the kids, he also has poor fine motor control, which means that, yes, he may be able to select play and select swing, but then how much further do we go from there? Or even just over this weekend, we were watching movies as a family, and he wanted to watch a Disney show. So yes, he selected Disney, but then which Disney show? So now we do the dance. We go from show to show to show to figure out which one he wants to watch. Now, someone else would have been able to say, I want to watch Moana 2. Straight, very simple. You go to Moana 2. And that in itself becomes an emotionally taxing place for caregivers, because this plays out in so many different aspects. You want to go to the bathroom. Do we have to second guess? Should we preemptively go to the bathroom as opposed to, okay, I need to go to the bathroom now, versus a struggle. Okay, we need to get you to the bathroom before there's an accident. And these are things that we're dealing with as families on a daily basis. And so any medicine that is made and produced in the future would be medicines that would help improve the quality of lives for Angelman children as well as their caregivers. Medicines that are targeted, whether it's helping them communicate more effectively, whether it's better sleep, whether it is better seizure control. Those are the things that will be impactful, improve their quality of life, and actually give us true hope for how they will do in the future as young adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And those are the kind of problems that I'm sure are frustrating every day to a parent, and so difficult to bridge that communication gap. Many of you have suggested that there are certain gestures and so forth that become a kind of interpretive advantage with your child, a language of sorts.
Right. Yeah, I think we have our first call in.
Oh, great.
We have Marilyn from North Carolina, parent of 42-year-old with deletion. Marilyn, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much for calling in. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this topic.
Okay. My son is 40. He'll be 42 this year, and I learned of his Angelman syndrome when he was 20. I didn't know what he had before that. We didn't have a dual diagnostic doctor. So I just want to let you know, as the angels get older, it does get more challenging. For therapy, I've had years of therapy with him. As he gets older, though, he doesn't want to participate, and the therapists don't want to keep having him as a patient, and they kind of like chalk us off. So we end up not getting therapy. Of course, you know that therapy is a once a week type thing or twice a week, and most of it is done at home. And that's where they get, they get better in their therapies. The problem also as they get older is the caregivers don't want to do the therapies. They don't want to do the everyday dependency that they require, and it's very hard to get people to understand that they have Angelman syndrome. This is not their fault, and the caring out there is not like it used to be. I had a lot of trouble with caregivers. They don't want to do therapy. They don't want to give them medicines correctly. They don't want to have to brush their teeth and comb their hair and give them a shower and do all the things. They don't want to have them have their iPad all the time because it's a nuisance to carry it around. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, they need that. He needs this to be able to talk, to learn how to talk. Mm-hmm. And like I said, it's just very challenging with the outside world, not understanding the consistency that is needed.
And Marilyn,
the structure that is needed.
Did you find that earlier on, when they were younger, were they able to participate in occupational or physical therapy, speech therapy, and did you see impact from that at all?
When he was younger, he didn't fight me. He didn't fight the therapist. So he was more, we were able to control him body-wise and not so much mind-wise. His mind was off thinking whatever he was thinking. But I was able to do the legs, structures with him, do everything, do the arms, walking him. He didn't fight so much because I could control him. But when they get adults, you can't control them. It's like trying to control a buffalo. And if they don't want to do it, they're not going to do it. Yeah. And so yes, as they're younger, only because you have that physical ability to be able to maneuver them. And that's what all the therapists have trouble with, is as they get to be adults, and if they don't want to do something, you're not going to be able to make them do it. And they write you off. It's like, okay, well, I guess we're not going to get anywhere with this, so, we might as well not have any more therapy, and do what you can at home with what we showed you. And the same with speech therapy. It's kind of like you're trying to do, it's almost a fight with the world.
Yeah.
You're trying to train everybody, and they don't want that. They want the easy.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Marilyn, for the comments. So important to hear from our families with older individuals with Angelman syndrome, and we really do appreciate you calling in.
And I'm going to go to one final comment here on this particular topic before we bridge to the next. But this is Carmen from Dallas, Texas. Our son is 8 and has been in applied behavioral analysis therapy in addition to anxiety behavioral medicines to help him regulate his emotions and learn to better navigate the world around him. When he is frustrated, he harms himself and sometimes those he loves by hitting and biting. Progress takes months and years, and we still do not see an elimination of all his anxiety and behaviors. So that reflects the longevity of these kind of issues. And panel, stick with us. What we're going to do now is go to our final polling question for today. Again, pull out your phones and open that new window on your browser. Go to poll.ev.com//Angelman. Again, that's POLLEV.com/ANGELMAN. And recalling only Angelman syndrome caregivers and loved ones should participate. So here we are, Rye.
Great. The next polling question: when thinking about the effects of a potential treatment, what would be the most meaningful area to address? And you can select top 3, which I know it could be difficult to have to only select 3, but choose those that you feel would be most meaningful in terms of your own perspective. This really speaks to a lot of, and connects to some of what we were hearing earlier today when we're talking about symptoms. You're seeing a lot here related to things highlighted there and connected to highest priority symptoms to treat there, or where there would be a meaningful area to treat. Seeing once again communication.
Top of the list seems to be right there with the ability to be able to relate directly, verbally or otherwise. Cognition, to understand, and just activities of daily living are certainly appearing to be very prevalent.
Absolutely. And a lot of these areas are actually intertwined in many ways when it comes to things like cognition and communication, and how they're interrelated.
And it's interesting, we see really nothing listed there for vision as top 3. suggesting that in the long term, there's still that visual acuity able to learn if we can have the proper interventions come forward.
Absolutely, and I think we're asking folks to select their top 3, but I'm sure, and what we've heard throughout today and elsewhere, that it doesn't mean that other areas wouldn't be meaningful to address. We're sort of forcing you here on selecting your top 3.
Okay, so if we reflect on the last panel and this one, we're at the ABCs. A for anxiety and activities of daily living, B for behavior, C for communication and cognition. So those are all important considerations. So now let's talk about the future. Assuming that there's no complete cure for Angelman syndrome near term, what specific things would you look for in a new treatment in terms of changes to how your loved one feels or functions? And I think I'd like to go first to Nicole and then to Jana. So Nicole, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. And I think one of the key things will be looking at communication. And we don't have anything at this point besides teaching them to verbalize a few words and using the AAC device. But that ability to actually communicate and let their needs and wants be known to others, that will have a significant impact and will lead to a better quality of life for everyone, both their caregivers as well as the children and young adults with Angelman's. I think there's a lot of work that is being done in trials right now and looking at the potential for what can be impacted. Yes, seizures control is also very good, and yes, sleep is also very good. But I think that would also be one that would probably have the biggest impact, and we shouldn't minimize the potential reach that being able to effectively communicate could have on their lives.
Thank you, Nicole. Jana, can we ask for your comments as well? Oh, you're still muted.
I think you're on mute.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'm Jana. I reside in Kentucky. I'm the mother to daughter with Angelman that's 12 years old. One of the biggest things I think, as Nicole mentioned, would be communication. But for us, it would be sleep, because it affects so many areas, from the increased attentiveness once we've had a good night's sleep to her improved balance. And if we're honest, for a caregiver, it also impacts us, not only the child with the AS. So you don't have the behaviors from the, if we don't get a good night's sleep, they don't have a good night's sleep. So for us, and it also helps decrease seizures, as we have they have lack of balance, not attentive. Again, with the less fine motor, they can't communicate using an AAC. So part of that is all encompassing. So even 2 or 3 hours are meaningful of uninterrupted sleep.
Absolutely. It's that ripple effect on the entire family that can happen from that bad night's sleep, something we've talked about. We do actually have a caller.
Oh, very good.
We have Donna from Texas, who's a parent of a 35-year-old deletion. Donna, are you on the line?
Okay, thank you. Yep, my son is 35. He has UPD. And I kind of missed the first, the number one about examples. And I'm going to share that and then go into improvements. So then this happened, this was yesterday. So he had myoclonus for 9 hours. He was, stuck in bed because he can't do anything when he's having myoclonus. He's kind of paralyzed or in pause mode. So after he had, he got his medications and, we kept him safe and clean and all of that. So then he finally gets out, and then last night we were upstairs, and he got up. He had his iPad and was walking downstairs. The railing is on his left, and he had his iPad in his left, and then he had his right hand up to kind of put it on the wall. And I noticed he was a little wobbly, and I said, DJ, please stop. Put your iPad in your right hand and your left hand on the railing. He did that. I was behind him. I did no gesturing. I didn't do any touching of him to get him to do it. So there's a huge difference in DJ with myoclonus and DJ not with myoclonus. And this was after the myoclonus, so there's no permanent effect on his cognitive ability. I stood behind him, and I'm like, he did that just hearing me behind him and not seeing any gestures from me on telling him what to do. So what I would like, what I'm begging for is help with this myoclonus so my son can do things like that all day, every day, and continue to improve cognitively. He gets no therapies now because I can't find anybody that will work with him, any therapist to work with him, because he's an adult. So that also needs to be improved. We've done the medications that they've had thus far for the myoclonus, the minocycline, the trihexyphenidyl, even tried baclofen based on his neurologist's recommendation. None of them did anything. That's what I'm begging for is something to help with this myoclonus so that maybe at some point we can attack the other issues like, better communication, behaviors. I can't do any of that right now. None of it.
Yes. Thank you so much.
That's all I've got.
Yeah, no, it's so important to hear where a meaningful treatment could lead to other things sort of cascading down when it comes to all of the symptoms of an Angelman syndrome.
It is. And it's so important. And before we transition to the next caller, I have one written comment here from Suzanne of Pflugerville, Texas. Being able to do simple activities of daily living independently without any help would be huge. Things simply like dressing, feeding, bathing, toileting, walking, having an older child who's transitioning into adulthood. All these things will prohibit her in being able to attend great adult programs that require them to be independent.
Absolutely.
So these small steps that could lead to that independence.
Absolutely, and a better quality of life at the end of the day. So important. So our next caller is actually from Emily from Minnesota, parent of a 4-year-old with deletion. Emily, are you on the line?
Hi, I am.
Thank you so much for calling in. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to share some thoughts about our current treatment. So many of them are therapy-based and can have really positive outcomes, but I also feel like sometimes they come with such big limitations. I know Ezra, my son who's 4, is currently in therapy 5 or 6 times a week. We have PT, speech, feeding, and OT. And often I get, homework as a parent that he should be practicing drinking at every meal. He should be on his gait trainer 1 hour a day. He should be doing something for OT 1 hour a day. You get them home from daycare, and there are only so many hours in the day. So many of our treatments are based on the time and the ability we have, and can be hard for caregivers to meet, but also take away some of his time for just, independent play, having fun with other people, just getting to relax with his parents. So having a treatment that could help with some of these areas of growth and motor development, his OT skills with feeding and bathing, could actually allow us to have a relationship that is less therapist, more mom and child, which is so important. So some of the things I'd love to see in the future really focus on giving him a wider base for those skills. Communication obviously is super important, but those gross motor and fine motor skills, so that we can enjoy time not playing therapist.
Thank you.
And not as a caregiver feeling like you are responsible for getting 19 hours of work done in 3 hours of an evening.
Exactly. Yes, it can be overwhelming. I really appreciate your comment. Tim?
Yes, and I'm just scrolling to additional comments that we have here. And John from Newark, Ohio says an effective therapeutic treatment could improve my daughter's communication, extend sleep by 2 to 3 hours nightly, and enhance gait and spatial awareness to reduce falls. So again, rounding out some of the other observations here as well.
And we actually have another caller on the line.
Lovely.
We have Marilyn from California, parent of a 24-year-old with deletion. Marilyn, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful.
Thank you for taking my call.
Sure. Thank you for calling in. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
So my daughter Hannah was diagnosed at age 1 year with deletion positive. She has had her therapeutic treatment. She now is 24, will be 25 in September. Currently, she lives in an adult care home with 2 other young adults. She has been under control with her seizures medication, but again, that she's in quite a few seizure medications like clonazepam, lamotrigine, and the nasal spray. At the same time, because of her behavior issues, she is on clonazepam, buspirone, clonidine, trazodone, as well as the medication to help her with sleep, which is the melatonin, as well as the quetiapine fumarate. I'm sorry if I said it wrong. No. But my biggest issues right now with her is what I chose that I would like for this program to be able to help her, which is number 1 is the communication, number 2 is sleep, and the other one would be the cognition. Hannah has behavior issues still and has problems sleeping, even with all those medications that she's taking. We noticed that sometimes it gets worse during her period cycle, and we noticed that her lower extremity her muscle tone had diminished tremendously, even though she had heel cord and hamstring surgery. She no longer tolerates the AFOs and consequently has not been able to use her stander. So I need to be able to continue helping her with therapy, which at this time Kaiser is not helping on providing that, only giving us consultation for us to do at home, which because of her low muscle tone, is kind of like a vicious cycle. If you're not able to use the AFOs, you cannot go ahead and use the standard because she's not able to use the standard without the AFOs, and she's not using the AFOs because she is not tolerating them. So I would like to have my ideal situation would be if we can have her improve on her communication so that she can tell us what's hurting her, what's bothering her. Also the sleep to improve so that she can have a restful night so that she will be able to have a better day and diminish her behavior issues. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Marilyn. Really, really appreciate those comments and really reflect a lot of what we've heard over the course of the last few hours when it comes to this.
Indeed, and that's a nice bridge into our next question. So finally, the activities of daily living involve a wide array of competencies and tasks, both big and small. And I'd like to now ask our audience to share their thoughts on areas where any improvement might be meaningful to you and to your loved one living with Angelman syndrome, and how it would directly impact daily life. So I'd like to call on Terry Jo first, and then Chick.
I mentioned before how Lou needs help doing absolutely everything. If there were a treatment that would help him learn new skills at all, even tiny little skills. So like the caller who talked about following a 2-step command, if he could be able to follow a 2-step command just a little bit better, that would be worth a lot of risk to us. Because by developing these new skills, even little tiny ones, we would know that he's on a positive trajectory, that he's still learning. I mean, I'm talking about things like toileting. So if he could learn, he's toilet trained, but he needs help with every single step of it. If he could even pull his pants up and pull them back down again, or vice versa, without falling down, that would be a huge step, a meaningful change for us. When he washes his hands, he rinses his hands, then he walks out of the room. If he could do the steps in the right order, all of these are part of cognition. If he could wash the soap off. Anyway, those would be meaningful change. And what I want to say is he's been in clinical trials his whole life, ever since we had gotten his diagnosis of Angelman syndrome. He's in clinical trials now. And the month after the treatment, we see a different Lou. During that month, he's more alert and awake during the day. He's more asleep at night. And during the day, we see these tiny little improvements, tiny things in two-step actions, little bitty abilities to be able to use a new consonant or use his AAC device in more meaningful way. All of these things might be invisible to people who don't know Lou. But to us, they're incredibly meaningful because what they show us is that he's bit by bit building us on his experiences and learning. He's progressing. So for me, tiny improvements in all of those activities of daily living would be meaningful change.
Very helpful, thank you. And small steps equal big advances. So, Chick, can we ask you for your comments as well?
Yes. Hi, my name is Chick Weiss. I'm here in New York City with my wife and my 3 daughters, one of whom is Quincy, who's 10 years old, living with Angelman syndrome. I do want to recognize Ryan and Tim for all your hard work behind the scenes and all the others to put this whole thing together. It's great to have this opportunity. My daughter Quincy is on about 15 different medications and supplements, none of which treat Angelman syndrome. They treat the symptoms of Angelman syndrome. And what's exciting is the new drugs that are coming out that actually treat the underlying condition. And the hope that that will not just treat cognition and activities of daily living and receptive communication, all of these things we hope might show some improvement. And, I think it's important to contextualize where we're coming from. And I also want to recognize all the people at the FDA that are listening, is taking the opportunity to learn more about Angelman syndrome and how we might be able to change. We know you're busy and we appreciate you wanting to learn about this. And I think some context is important. And you have some arbitrary scale and you go from 50 to 51, that 1 unit increase is a 2% improvement. But if you go from 1 to 2 on a scale, that same 1 unit is 100% improvement. And that's what we're talking about in our kids. We heard recently with Dr. Lisberry Kravitz how after 2 years of age, we're seeing kind of a learning plateau. And the hope is that some of these medications that can target the underlying condition will improve learning, exactly like Terry Jo said. And what my daughter needs to do is learn. That will help her across everything and anything that can help her learn. Now, I said we live in New York City. It can be a dangerous place. Quincy doesn't routinely respond to her name. She doesn't respond to no or stop. And if she could do that, she could recognize those things. It could prevent her from stepping off a curb and walking into traffic. It could prevent her from putting her hand on a hot stove or grabbing a sharp knife at dinner. I find myself calling my neurotypical girls' names all the time to stop doing something so they respond. And this can prevent harm. It could save her life if she was able to do this. And I should cede my time to David Gursik. His talk was as eloquent as I think you could have been about this, that how even these tiny little changes can completely change our life and the life of our daughter. So we appreciate the opportunity to convey that to you.
Thank you, Chick. I mean, very moving, and you highlight an important point about things needing to be meaningful and measurable, but measurable does not necessarily mean dramatic. It means small steps and building on it. So that is the goal of the community, and we're very excited by seeing some of the therapeutic advances. So knowing that we're approaching the time of doing the pre-meeting survey, I just ask the rest of the panel if they'd care to comment on this as well, that one single thing that if you could wave a magic wand and make it better, what would that be? So I'll invite Jana and Anna and Nicole to offer comments if they wish.
Well, I think if I would have a magic wand, I would really, just echoing what Chick said, I would really like Aaron to continue learning, even in little bits, even at his age of 15 and going on. It could be anything, because every little improvement is huge for us. And it all cascades down to different things. I'll give you a couple examples. For example, he's dealing with the allergies for years, and it affects his eyes. So he needs drops. And regular allergy drops would be working just fine for any typically developing child. But for Aaron, because of his sensory needs and because he can't right now follow simple directions, he keeps rubbing the eyes after the drops are in and creates more inflammation and more inflammation. So we're in this continuous circle of treating the simple problem, just because his cognitive deficits. So we would like him to be able to control that and follow simple directions, so we could treat the simple problem like this. Also, he needs glasses to see better. But right now, because of his deficits, he wouldn't keep the glasses on. And he doesn't understand the Angelman syndrome prevents him from understanding that that's very important for him. And if he would keep glasses on, he would learn better, he would be safer, he would see things outside, he would see because his depth perspective is very affected by Angelman syndrome. He could have a haircut like regular kids, just sit there without his iPad, facing the mirror, and right now it's a struggle. So any little thing like this, if he could continue learning, it would be huge for our family.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's a great way to summarize those things. Any additional remarks from Nicole or Jana?
Yes, thank you so much for that. And I agree that learning is very important, and it will fix a lot of the underlying problems that we're seeing. The cognition, the ability to follow commands. And like Anna, we're dealing with allergy season here as well. And it's amazing how simple sniffles and hay fever from pollen could spiral into an actual infection because they do not grasp the importance of not rubbing their eyes constantly. And so that ability to build on taking the medicines and not rubbing your eyes, as well as wearing a mask if we're going outside because of that pollen burden, those are things that would help. When you compound that with other things on a daily basis, looking left or right when we're crossing the street, following commands when we're going in public places to stop, to not interact with every single body that we meet. Little things like that. We know that the brain is fairly neuroplastic and there's an immense ability to learn. And we don't know the scope, but we know that there's a lot that we don't know about the brain. And so we need as much research as we can to help our Angelman kids, help them learn better, find and unlock that pathway that will help them learn better and improve their quality of life.
Well said. Great remarks. Jana, any final additions from you?
As everyone has said, the improvement of the small things are what matters the most. And just because you have a 40-year-old living with Angelman doesn't mean that they still don't have that ability to learn. And so I think everyone needs to be mindful of that, whether they're 4 months old, like learning, or if they're 40 years old, they all have that ability. And we have to think about therapeutics for all.
A great way to close out the panel discussion. And I have to say, from several of you, for many of you, in fact, the notion that those small steps of learning can lead to more. If we solve one type of problem, it can enable the cognition and communication. That's very exciting, and it does bring hope here. So let me just say thank you to everyone who's contributed today through our panels, the live discussions, the phone calls, and online comments. And I would invite folks to continue contributing comments, and we'll have a concluding remark in a few minutes on that. But before we wrap up, I'm going to turn things back to Ryan Fisher, who's going to present some of the data from the pre-meeting survey that many of you completed. This survey data is an important complement to the input we've heard during the meeting today, and it will also be summarized in the Voice of the Patient report. So Ryan, back to you.
Thank you, Tim, very much. And thank you to everyone for your participation today. We so appreciate it. We're pleased to close the meeting with a report from the results from our pre-meeting Hope in Action survey. Here at the end of last year, FAST and ASF collaborated on a caregiver-reported patient experience survey where we looked to assess the most impactful symptoms to families, understand treatment priorities, and explore willingness to enroll in clinical trials. The survey gathered data from a large and meaningful sample size for a rare disease population. And the results really have provided more insight into what matters most to families and provided specific examples of what constitutes a meaningful benefit with potential therapies or treatments. So the next slide is on the methods. In terms of the methods, it was an online survey in English only and was developed by various experts, advocates, and caregivers following FDA guidance documents. The survey included 3 distinct sections. The first looked at the most impactful symptoms, the second was on treatment priorities, and the third was on willingness to participate in trials. So moving on to the next slide on demographics, here's a look at the background of the respondents. A total of 342 respondents participated in the survey. Most were female parents. We achieved a good balance between male and female participants among the individuals with AS, who had a mean age of around 11, and over 75% of respondents were from the US. Additionally, we had expected representation across different genotypes. So with that, let's get to the next slide on our first exercise, where caregivers ranked the top 3 symptom groupings or domains that have the most impact on their loved one's daily life. Let's show the results on the next slide. Starting with symptom domains, of the 10 symptom domains presented to families, the domains chosen as having the highest impact were communication, daily living skills, cognition, and gross motor. But important to note, caregivers endorsed a variety of symptom domains as having a substantial impact on day-to-day life, highlighting the wide-ranging effects of AS. It's also important to note how many of these symptoms are intertwined or interrelated. For example, the ability to understand or cognition is linked to communications and so on. So now, what about the impact of these symptoms? Next slide. We've been talking about this throughout the meeting. Here in the survey results, after picking their top 3 domains, caregivers were then asked about the level of impact of individual symptoms within those domains. The data shows the high level of impact of these symptoms, reported as having either a major or moderate impact, much of which we heard in today's earlier discussions. The symptoms rated as having the most impact were related to communication, self-care, and attention. However, high impact was reported across a number of categories, including cognition, motor function, and mobility. And when you look at all these symptoms, something that we've been saying throughout the day, many are linked to independence. With that, let's go to the next slide outlining the second exercise. Here, we ask caregivers to rank symptom treatment priorities. And on the next slide, we show the symptoms most respondents ranked among their top 5 treatment priorities from a long list of 40 symptom choices. You see symptoms linked to communication rise to the top, followed by seizures, and then items linked to activities of daily living, mobility, attention, and behavior, all ranked as treatment priorities. Moving forward to the next slide, we then ask caregivers to describe in open text what the smallest meaningful change would be for a symptom they ranked as a priority for treatment. Then the results on the next slide show we can start with communication. Starting with the highest priority domain, parents described small but meaningful changes when thinking about the lack of expressive communication. The themes of those responses ranged from speaking a few words, including about basic needs, to using adaptive communication equipment more efficiently. Here you see a parent say, "I would give my life for him to be able to answer yes or no questions because he is cognitively able to understand what he is being asked." Another parent remarks that a meaningful benefit would mean my child could communicate her needs using an AAC and maybe say a few words. On the next slide, comments regarding seizures largely focused on decreasing the need for medication or frequency of events. Here a caregiver mentions not having to worry about giving him meds 3 times a day and not to have to check his temperature constantly. Another said about the meaningfulness of consistent seizure control with only one drug. Moving forward to the next slide, under mobility and balance, caregivers really mentioned small benefits linked to safety and independence, something we heard about today. Here, a caregiver notes, if she stopped falling over, I think her walking would improve immensely. Seems like balance would trickle down into a lot of things, being able to sit still, being able to walk without falling, being able to climb up and down stairs. Everything stems from balance. We move to the next section. Under attention, this is under the theme of sustained attention or engagement. Caregivers described improving focus, play, and participation in social activities. Here, a caregiver mentions he's curious and smart, but cannot stay on task for many things. I would welcome anything that gives him a chance to demonstrate learning and potential, as opposed to constantly getting up and seeking sensory input in other places. And then finally, on the last section, we see a common theme associated with activities of daily living is difficulty with basic hygiene. Themes from caregivers included increasing the level of independence with things like brushing teeth and washing. This caregiver notes, if he could manage some of his hygiene needs or just need a little assistance instead of full assist, it would mean the difference in us handling this situation as we age. Another says that brushing teeth without help would be a small, meaningful change. Again, much of this linked to a level of independence that could be life-changing for the individual as well as the family. Okay, let's move to the next portion of the results from our survey. In our final task, we presented caregivers with a hypothetical clinical trial scenario and asked about their willingness to participate in clinical trials. Let's see the results on the next slide. So even when we described a trial-related risk and burden in the scenario presented, most caregivers, nearly 70%, said they would definitely or probably enroll the person with AS in the trial, even if only one of their symptom priorities was impacted by the treatment. Next slide, please. So in closing, let's run through the summary and implications of this data in the final slides. So caregivers reported symptoms having the most significant impact were related to communication, daily living skills, and cognition. And priority symptoms to treat included communication, seizures, mobility, and sleep. We also saw symptoms of high impact reported across domains. Thus, the implications are that these domains identified as having a high impact should be factored into endpoint selections for trials. And there's a positive here that we are in fact seeing endpoints related to those caregiver preferences included in trial designs. Next up, in terms of treatment priorities, caregivers reported priorities that span cognitive, neurological, behavioral, and motor symptom sets, which speaks to the wide-ranging symptoms in AS and the high unmet medical need. Overall, there's a critical need for therapy development that target meaningful benefits, even if those benefits are small, particularly related to communication, daily living skills, and cognition. So next slide. Finally, we found most caregivers reported a willingness to participate in trials, even if only one priority symptom is improved, and could lead toward a greater level of independence, which really speaks to the high unmet medical need in Angelman syndrome. So thank you all for participating in that survey. There's more data to come. We'll be including really the full data set results in the Voice of the Patient report. And, you know, I think, Tim, much of what was reflected in these results of the survey, you know, we heard today throughout the day. So there really was that connection to the results of a larger sample size of what we heard from everybody throughout the messaging today.
Great summary, Ryan, and really great development of the themes. I take your point that this shows a consistency of the information, and that should be reassuring to developers, to those who have to review the results of trials and so forth, and that there is a receptivity to that. So thank you, Ryan, very much for all the work that you and Amanda and those in your respective organizations have added. And thank you to everyone who participated in the meeting today or tuned in to watch. This has been an incredible day of hearing personal insights to help us better understand Angelman syndrome and its impact. And I think there are a couple of takeaway points to reinforce. As we've heard, small changes can have significant impact on lives, and these lives are extended, so that we need to be cognizant of thinking about the long term, that incremental advances are significant towards the journey to independence, and that we need to pay attention to our Sesame Street values, the ABCs, ADLs and anxiety, behavior, communication, and cognition, and having impact on any of those variables, however small, can have an amplifying or magnifying effect for family as well as individual. So building towards independence is truly hope in action. And with that, today's program will be available on demand immediately after we conclude at the same link at which you're now. The form to submit comments is open for 30 more days, so please consider submitting additional comments, which will be added to the Voice of the Patient report. And that report will be available on angelmanadvocates.org website in the coming months. So with that, back to you, Ryan, and thank you very much.
Tim, thank you for moderating. You've been amazing. And to Dave Zook and the whole Figure team for all your help. This has been an amazing day for our community. Amanda and I are grateful to everyone who participated in today's meeting. It's been remarkable. I also want to thank our caregiver panelists for the incredible job you did throughout the day, as well as our expert speakers, Dr. Thiebert and Dr. Liz Berry-Kravis. Thank you to the FDA staff, including Dr. Michelle Campbell for her remarks today, and for the help of Lena, Will, and Karen, who guided us through the process at FDA. Today's meeting will profoundly shape the future of research and therapy development in AS. Amanda and I want to express our gratitude to the entire community for making your voices heard, because today will serve as a building block for future engagement with decision makers. The work continues, and we will do everything possible to keep your voices at the forefront of advancing potential therapies for your loved ones. They deserve nothing less. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and we really do thank you for watching.